And we're back. Nice dinner. How are you guys? Specs? They're good. They're good. You did come back. I'm very flattered. Thank you, guys. The specs are good. So was my dinner. I had steak. Enough Elisa? I'll switch characters soon, okay? I mean, eventually we're gonna have to like say goodbye to Bob and Miguel and play them and cry. Ripping spaghetti, you know.
Round one. Fight.
The game looks so good on the screen right now. It's kind of blowing my mind. I'm kind of mesmerized by it. Nice hop kick, dude. You know it's launch punishable, right? Ooh, counter hit. Look at this guy. We're at Suzaku now and people are still like playing in a way that makes sense. It's incredible to me. If I was going to offer a bit of constructive criticism to Sorgdaus here, I think he might be a little bit over-reliant on manual back turn Cali rolls. See? Yeah. Definitely, right? And I mean, to be fair, they haven't given you that much else to do with this character, but I think you're around the ranks where people are going to start walking that Cali roll, and then you're just going to have a bad time, dude. I should have punished that with a different move.
Round four. Fight.
Good parry, dude. Damn, Suzaku's know about low parry? The Tekken community is buff. Nice, he's mixing in the mids now. Don't back roll or Cali roll. Don't Cali roll. Don't Cali roll! Running 3. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a running 3, dude. Don't Cali roll anymore. You're just gonna lose, dude. Did Krampus visit me? No, I actually had a really nice Christmas. I saw my family. And yeah, it was great. The gifts I got for everybody, one for each person, really were appreciated. Like I managed to pinpoint what these people, what my family members wanted, and they were all very like happy and surprised. So that felt good. Don't Cali roll, dude. Don't Cali roll. Why didn't you copy your rank files? I don't really know what files are. I don't really know what game files are. I know you can go into like folders and it says, you know, game data.exe, whatever. But I don't mess with that stuff. And like, it's not like I care about the fact that I'm Seiry on Elisa right now. This game is dead. I mean, the new game is launching in less than a month. And I'm just playing this game for like funsies right now. And also, I can keep playing Elisa like this for like 2 days. And I'll have the rank that I had on the other game. That's the way it works, right? Once you've gotten really high ranks, you can pretty much speed run back up there. So, whatever, you know. Fresh start. Frame is a boomer. To be a boomer, wouldn't I have to have been born in the 1950s, which would make me half a century older than I am? It's weird that boomer has become like a term that's just like it's a synonym for old. It just means old. Whereas it's like a historically a term that refers specifically to people who grew up in specifically the United States of America, by the way, after the Second World War. I don't think I can be a boomer because I wasn't born in the US and I wasn't born in the 50s. In fact, I don't think there are that many boomers left. I mean, the young boomers are in their late 60s by now. Why not a fresh start with a new character? Damn, you really don't want to watch my Elisa, huh? Okay, well, who do you think I should play? Oh, I know, you want me to play Claudio. Alright, we can try Claudio for a little bit. The new animation of Destructive Down 2 looks so good in the new game. It's so much better than what we have here. Right? Is he noticing that he's like... See? Okay. So this is kind of what I was expecting from these ranks more. You can tell what the problem is, right? For Terracotta Pie right here. He's swinging wherever he is currently standing. So no matter where I am, when he decides to attack, he will start from exactly where he's standing and then he will attack. Which means that if I start backdashing, he will just start whiffing everything. Right? You can see that several times. He's stationary and attacking, and he's using the attacks to move closer. But if I just, you know, get out of here... Well, now he's moving in a little bit first. That's better. Good stuff, dude. Yeah. Looks like he picked up on that.
Round 4.
Yeah, we're in the red ranks, dude. It's sick. Rage Drive, where is it? Okay. Hey, maybe next time, dude. Well played. Maybe he's watching the stream. Yeah, you never know. He could be sniping. He meant you're like a boomer. I don't think somebody who's just like seeming old, even though they're not that old, is like a boomer. Like, first of all, a boomer is like somebody who enjoyed like all these boons in childhood, right? Like a very, very strong consumerism focused economical environment in their childhood, which made them grow up with a perspective that their parents did not have. who were born and grew up before the war, right? So like boomers refer to people who like, you know, a generation of people who could like take a job. You know, people used to say take a job, not get a job, because back in the day, if you were willing to work, there were jobs you could get, you know. No 6-year-long degree that would cost you like hundreds of thousands. No, nothing. And you could make enough money that a sole provider, usually the father, could provide for the entire family. You could buy all these new electrical appliances like a refrigerator in every home, you know. Going to the supermarket and buying all these refrigerated goods that you could eat. I mean, this was like new stuff, right? It's a new higher standard of living, and then those people made enough money in their careers that they could put money away and they like have stuff saved up, you know. What do I think is better, capitalism or communism? I think, damn, I don't talk about politics on this channel, and I refuse to take sides, but I think you could make an argument that each of those, what do you call them? Ideologies, when taken to their extremes, lead to extreme human suffering. I think either of them, when taken to their extremes and when left unchecked, will basically lead to, like, I mean, unmitigated human suffering on an imaginable scale. People in camps, you know, people essentially farmed like cattle. That's where it leads. And so, I mean, I think the only real honest perspective on it that makes sense to me is like, you need the one to temper the other. You need not necessarily communism, but you need socialism to be the heart of capitalism. And you need capitalism to be the structure of socialism. They have to complement one another, and that is why I think we've ended up in a like the typical structure of a modern democracy is like you have a spectrum that runs from the right to the left, and there's a constant conversation and exchange going on between them, resulting in, you know, something resembling functional society for the people that live in it. But you would not, and obviously both of those sides are trying to win against the other, and they swell and they have moments of more pronounced influence. But then, you know, historically, if you look at it, they recede. Sweden was known for and famous for being a socialist country basically since the war. I mean, the Swedish Socialist Party, or it's basically the Workers' Party of Sweden, known as the Social Democrats, were by far the largest political organization in Sweden for decades and decades. I mean, since I was born, but then like during my lifetime when I was in, I think, my late teens. I don't remember because I'm not that interested, mind you. All of a sudden there was, I wouldn't call it a right-wing government, but a change of government where the people in power were oriented more to the right. So, you know, things change, but it's like you can't have one without the other. And it's also like, I think there are all kinds of other political perspectives and philosophies that need to be in the mix, and it's not super healthy when you end up in like some sort of binary system. So in America, they have a very unique, and again, I'm not interested in politics, and I don't think about these things anymore, and I don't really want to talk about them on my stream, so I'll just finish this point. In America, what's happened is you have a binary system where you only have two choices, but then both of those choices are actually shockingly similar in the way they're oriented philosophically, right? So you can choose to be like more conservative or more liberal when you vote in the US, but there's no option for you to vote for a party that isn't like very, very typically American in all these very, very predictable ways. And there's so much more similar than you would imagine. And if you're in the US and you look at some other countries, like if you take Sweden as an example, you have 8 different major parties that are in our parliament, right? And they all have different nuances. And so you're more likely to find something that corresponds with how you feel in that sort of environment. Because essentially the Republicans and the Democrats could converge on some sort of spot where they're basically indistinguishable when it comes to things like, fiscal policy. They could converge gradually on one point and be identical in that sense, and then what you pick comes down to the ongoing culture war online. So it's like, okay, you vote on the right side probably means that you're a big Second Amendment guy. You might not like people moving to the US from other countries. You're more likely to be into American symbolism, all these things. There are all these values that, they're called political. You talk about them, you say, oh, let's not get political when you're talking about how you feel about gay people. And it's kind of weird to me that that's just the way that's what people refer to as political these days. And nobody's talking about, taxation. When taxation is in a reductive sort of way, basically what the whole thing comes down to, if you want to talk politics, especially if you want to talk socialism versus capitalism, because it's essentially a question of, okay, do you want robust societal systems that support the disenfranchised, who take care of the sick, who take care of the old? Well, if you want those systems to be in place, education, healthcare, whatever, if you want things like that to be subsidized, then you have to be okay with higher rates of taxation, because that's how you finance those sorts of systems. But if you're oriented more to the right, you might believe that, if we have an open market economy and that is deregulated and has low governmental influence, basically through an evolutionary process, we will arrive at a point of more economic prosperity in the entire societal system, and that will then elevate the living standard of everybody in that system, and also especially those who are willing to work for what they get, right? And so if you want that sort of a system, then you probably advocate for lower taxation rates, because that means that there is more more freedom for these large corporate entities to create values and profits, and they're not being regulated and controlled in the same way. So it comes down to a taxation issue. But these days when people talk about it, it's how do you feel about transsexual people, and it's weird, because it's the political discourse, the vast majority of it seems like to me in the US, and again, I'm not an expert, has gradually started moving away from a conversation about actual political issues, and they now talk about things like essentially cultural issues that are now referred to as political issues for the most part. And so you might want to call yourself a liberal in the US because you want people to believe that you don't have a problem with gay people, for example, or something like that, or that you're not racist, something like that. But it should essentially be entirely separate from that conversation. And it's also a phenomenon that I think is very, very endemic to specifically the United States of America. But the thing with that is the entire world is watching the United States of America. That's where we get our entertainment, the streams that we watch, the podcasts that we listen to. I think people in Sweden are actually more likely to be interested. I think that was the case when I was younger. People were more interested in a US election than they were in a Swedish one, because it's bigger and sexier. It feels more important. It feels more, I don't know. It has production value. The rest of the world is watching America. Japan definitely is. Sweden definitely is. And so that sort of perspective and discourse tends to spread across the world. And I don't know. I think if you were some sort of political actor, if you were active in the field of like trying to control policy or gain influence or gain wealth through political strategy, that kind of environment is very, very conducive to you being able to do a bunch of really dark things without people really noticing or talking about it, because they're focused on what is essentially, as far as you're concerned, white noise. You know, you could refer to yourself as a conservative, traditionalist American when that's useful to you, and when you're trying to, you know, gain support or influence over a certain kind of person, but what you actually believe and what your convictions actually are could be completely separate. And I think because America has been and still is very oriented towards the capitalist side of the spectrum, what you've ended up with is very, very powerful corporate entities that constantly try and influence what policies are created, right? And that's why you have lobbyism, for example, in America. And that's why like an American politician tends to be more concerned with being re-elected than creating, I think, actual impactful change, because it's all about like the, you know, large corporate entities and lobbyists can more or less dictate your agenda to you, and then they will fund the political campaigns that get you elected. So I mean, you could lie and have your entire agenda dictated to you and be very, very successful in a system like that. So it's like, I don't know, much like the bad balancing of Tekken, and I know that it sounds like a disingenuous comparison, but what I've decided to do is not worry about it. Not because it's not important, not because it's not a problem, but because I have a short life. I want to laugh and enjoy it as much as I can, and if I keep worrying about these things that I have very limited influence over, that is only going to negatively impact, you know, my experience in my life, and that's not what I'm looking to do. So I've chosen to take a step back. So when it comes to like politics, I never consume news at all anymore. I have not watched a news broadcast or read a newspaper or read a news website pretty much at all for many, many years, since I decided to move to Japan, basically. And in the beginning I was like, oh, this is going to mean that I am ill-informed. I'm not going to be up to date with what's happening in the world. But first of all, that didn't really happen, which is interesting. But the other thing is, like, if you want to learn about politics, if you want to learn about society, if you want to learn about like the human condition and truth and love and all the rest of it, there are all these great things that you could read that exist in like the realm of art and creative expression. Like you can learn, like you could read the philosophers and the people who laid down the groundwork for these political ideologies to begin with, and you can try and understand where they're coming from, and you can like actually educate yourself on what communism is when it's boiled down to its essence, and the same thing for capitalism or whatever. You can learn about political history and all these things, but I feel like, you know, Denzel Washington said in an interview, and it's kind of an ice cold comment. He said, you read the news, and he said, you don't read the news, you're uninformed. You do read the news, you're misinformed. I don't know. All I know is I feel a lot better when I don't think about those things, and I also refuse to engage in conversations with people who want me to talk about those things with them. And some people, like when you go, oh, I'm just completely not political, and I choose not to think about or express opinions on these things, whether I have opinions or not. They get upset and call me irresponsible. It's almost like, well, if you don't express your opinions and try and improve the world and vote, and it's almost like you're okay with all the suffering, but that's obviously not the case. I'm just very aware of my mortality. If I'm lucky and I make it to 80, I don't want to spend like, you know, 20 of those 80 years worrying about things that I have no power over. And also lead to not very interesting conversations with boring people. Like people who are very politically active, as far as I'm concerned, for the most part, in my experience, are not very interesting to talk to, and they tend to not be funny. And I want to be around funny people, and I want to like laugh at stuff. If you ask me what I think about, like, you know, a political situation, in the real world, if you walk up to me, you like hey, what do you think about communism versus capitalism frame? The most likely response that you will get from me is that I will walk away and choose to not talk to you again, and then hopefully quite quickly forget about you. Because I don't have time to do things that are so far from unenjoyable to me. Hey, well played, Sulabi. But you're not funny? Hey, that's just like your opinion, man. You described my mom. Well, I described my mom as well, Francisco. My parents, as they're getting older, they're at that age now where they're in their 60s, mid to late 60s. So their ability to assimilate new information physically in their brain is deteriorating. And so they think that everything was better in the past because they could understand it and digest it. And they were an active part of society in a different way when they were young and still working and still out there. Now they sit in a really like expensive, nice house and watch the news. And then they have opinions on society based on that. Well, it's kind of out of touch, and they're also like very like politically opinionated. They're like, oh, it's all going to shit and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, when's the last time you were out there? I don't know, and I don't have any answers to this. But to be fair, neither do you. There's only one guy online, and he's a Kazuya player, by the way. Something that happened. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about what happened, because it happened at my current place of employment, and I really like my job, and I shouldn't talk about anything that has to do with people who stay there, so I won't. But yeah. I think I managed to answer that question. Capitalism versus communism without, like, saying that I prefer one over the other. I think I managed it. But you see what I mean? Like, if I'm gonna get into that stuff, I want to be learning about what it's actually about. Obviously, the people who came up with these things were like serious thinkers, and they are like ideologies and philosophies that have endured and have had massive impact in the world. So this is like significant, potentially deep information. And if you get interested in something and you get into it, that stuff's cool. But when you're like, watching a modern political debate, or you're like on Twitter, I think you're so far removed from actual learning that it becomes silly to even attempt to have a perspective. I would say educate yourself first, like in a serious way. Because I haven't done that, because I'm not educated when it comes to politics, and I'm not interested in becoming well educated when it comes to politics, I abstain from voting. Not because the suffering of others doesn't matter to me, but because with the limited time that I have to prioritize my own happiness and well-being in a responsible way. But it's like my girlfriend, my friends, my family, and then just trying to have a good time, and that's it. Like, I'm gonna limit it to that, and if it's not in that sphere, then I don't have time for it. Nice launch. He knows that you can launch the hop kick. He's got knowledge, even though he's a Gembu, mighty Gembu. Good punish on that, on the 3-2. Yeah, I've been like underestimating the low ranks, I'm realizing. People are way better than I thought. He knows he can get that guaranteed on the back. I tried to do a rage trap again and it would have worked, but my key bindings. I should set my key bindings.
Fight.
Good duck! Look at this guy! Damn!
KO.
Excellent. Hey, what's up, Luke? How are you? Marcus Aurelius. Oh, you're talking about Meditations? Yeah, Meditations is an amazing piece of literature. I don't know if it's influenced me much. Maybe it has. I mean, that whole thing of me, like, abstaining from, like, engaging in conversations that seem pointless or whatever, maybe. But what's really cool about Marcus Aurelius is that you start reading it, and the first part of it is just him expressing gratitude for all the people who have taught him things. So it's like him being grateful for all the tutelage that he's received from people in his life, from his parents. And he's just grateful to a bunch of people, and he lists what he learned from them and why he's grateful. And that's how it starts, right? Which is like a very, and from somebody who is like obviously a genius and also happens to be the emperor of the Roman Empire, you know, probably quite possibly the single most powerful human being in the entire world. And he also happens to be like an intellectual giant, right? Probably smarter than the vast majority of everybody he talks to. And somebody who could like pretty much do whatever he wants. And he opens like this private journal of his, and again, you know it's not posturing because it wasn't written to be consumed by other people. It's essentially his journals. He's writing this in private for his own sake, and then it eventually gets published. So it's not like a company where they go, look at all this, you know, corporate social responsibility that we're dealing with. Look at all the good things that we are doing, and it's good PR. He wasn't looking for PR. He genuinely, in his private writings, even though he's a genius and the most powerful man on earth, talks about all the people he's grateful to, and all the people who have given him knowledge and insight. Yeah, it's obviously awesome. It's obviously so awesome. I think people should read that, but that's like, yeah, I'd like to learn more about him. I'd like to read his words, but I'm not then going to say, therefore, you know, therefore I feel this way about, you know, some sort of modern political intrigue. I don't know.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, you're using that move, huh? Punishable. Hey, nice conversion, dude. Low-ranked players are dangerous, dude. They know stuff.
Round 3.
The 5 Rings, Gorin no Sho by Miyamoto Musashi. Yeah, it's cool. With him, I feel like his achievements, he was like a known duelist, right? Well, you have to realize when these old ancient samurai talk about sword fights, they would basically have like duels to the death, more or less. So he's like a renowned duelist, like a swords master, right? And he climbs a mountain in Kyushu, near where I actually lived in Japan, I think in September. And he's basically going a little hermit retreat, and he's going to like write his life teachings down, and he talks about like, you know, his achievements or whatever. And I don't doubt that he was this extremely impressive human being. I mean, just the choice to like engage in sword fighting, you know, potentially to the death with other people, is like, it takes a certain kind of a guy. It also takes a certain kind of a guy to do that like more than 60 times in a row and win every time. So he obviously figured something out, but it's also like, how much historical veracity do we have when it comes to him? It gets a little bit too anime for me, that this like wandering swords master went all over Japan and he had epic sword fights and he never lost, you know? It sounds less plausible, even though it might be true. I know a fair few things about samurai. I know that they would walk into villages and rape and pillage, same as any ancient person with a weapon. So I don't know, but it's a great book. I think the cool thing about Musashi is like his philosophy is that you have all these different paths to excellence, and if you want to be a great sword fighter, you should be a great thinker. If you are very good at calligraphy, if you understand poetry, if you can write beautiful words, if you understand art, that will like improve you in all different aspects of life, and it will also make you a better sword fighter. And I think that sort of thing is really cool, and that's like the part of Asian martial arts that I really respond to, because if you're jumping into the octagon in the UFC and you're like an ancient master of monkey kung fu, you're gonna get hurt very, very quickly, and then probably not be capable of fighting anymore, possibly not ever again. But that doesn't mean to me that your monkey style kung fu is useless. To me, it's like a form of yoga. It's like a spiritual pursuit, you trying to achieve excellence through concentration, through physical exercise, through a minimalist lifestyle, basically living like a monk, all these things, right? And so I really like Asian martial arts and traditional martial arts for all those aspects. I honestly respect it more than MMA because of that. But that doesn't mean I'm delusional enough to believe that, you can jump in and, start throwing, the 5 fingers of death in a UFC fight, right? Yeah, but the Book of Five Rings is cool. I'm glad I read it. I prefer it to Sun Tzu. It's shorter, so you'll be done quicker. Any conversation you have about Sun Tzu or the Book of Five Rings will definitely eventually lead to a conversation about the other. So how about you just read the Book of Five Rings, and then you try and steer the conversation over to the Book of Five Rings when somebody starts talking about Sun Tzu, and there you go. I'm gonna duck this running too, watch. He did the mid!
KO. Round 3.
How did I drop from TG? I bought a new computer, and because the save files are stored locally in Tekken 7, I don't. My ranks got more or less reset. Or they got reset to a point that's like many, many years ago when I was still living in a different country. So if I go to my laptop right now, I still have my Zafina is TTG, but here on my new computer, she's Yoxa.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
You're more of a fan of these than the ones where I get... Yeah, but we talked about it earlier, Flips. I'm gonna do this type of stream now instead. Definitely going into Tekken 8, because the salty frame that gets really hyped, that sort of half persona that I was doing it for fun, because that was the most fun part of watching Tekken stream for me, watching Eris scream at people. But yeah, I think this is more enjoyable in the end, and more like a representation of what I'm actually about. So that's what the stream should be, right? Low.
KO. You win.
What are your thoughts on Zafina and Tekken 8? Zafina and Tekken 8 is nerfed, but might still be... I think she's still going to be very useful and usable. I think you're looking at a mid-tier character. Called you so many names. Yeah, I know, dude. I'll call people names again, but with... it needs to be more obvious that it's ironic when it happens. There needs to be this more collected and constructive baseline for the stream, and then I will definitely get hype and yell and get excited. and call Mishima boys pathetic when they are, which is most of the time. But they're also like, I'm just imagining somebody jumping in on one of my streams when I'm like, you know, trying to play up the salt and the insanity because, you know, there's this back and forth with the chat or whatever. And going like, well, this just seems like very aggressive and kind of insane, you know. Yeah, I watched Spag's video on Zafina. I liked the fact that Spag was kind of finishing my sentences for me a little bit. Like I was like, oh, this move means that she's going to be good at this. And then he would say exactly what I was thinking. And that's one of the reasons I really love Spag. I've always said this. I really like listening to Spag because most of the time when he offers his perspective on Tekken, his opinions converge with mine. And so I feel like he's right, you know, which is vanity and pride. I also, you know, I've podcasted with him a couple of times and he's like super fun. He's cool, you know, I like him. But yeah, I saw his video on Zafina and so put it this way, back 1+2, I haven't done it today. I don't think during today's stream I've done a back 1+2. I did one right there. Let's do another one. I mean, it's a good move, sort of. But it's also not some sort of essential tool that you are constantly relying on. It's strong, situational, and also involves a heavy amount of risk. And the risk is progressively bigger because it's launch punishable, the stronger your opponent is. At the same time, the fact that like if I can kill with another back 1+2 and I run up here and I'm in this space right here, my opponent's thinking about it and they're nervous. And if you can get in their head, that's going to enable mix-ups, all kinds of things. So it's like a really good luxury to have, but I don't think it's the significant blow to the character that some Zafina players seem to be making it out to be. It really isn't. Because like what you're doing in like neutral, really, where you're creating your opportunities, you're doing down 3. You know, you're doing forward 4. If they nerf that, that would be a big deal, you know? You're doing forward 3. You're doing starfish. You're doing these moves, right? And then you try and like cascade that into damage and opportunities and all the rest of it mix-ups. So losing like a pretty famously difficult to deal with but very situational tool of Zafina is like a surprisingly small change. But then there are like a couple of other areas where they've nerfed her. They've nerfed combo damage, it seems like, in some areas, for example, where they've turned more launchers into spinners on the first hit. You know, you get a first hit tornado. They've done that for this move, for example, the let's do it one time here, the Scarecrow 4, this thing. So there's stuff like that. Then what they've improved for Zafina and where she's stronger right now is they've given her a heat crash that's an unseeable low launcher from Scarecrow. Now, first of all, the fact that it's from Scarecrow means that it's a lot less powerful than you think. Because with, oh yeah, certain strings, Scarecrow 3/3 is gone. That's also a pretty big nerf. But you see, you know, a character do an unseeable low launcher in heat, and you're like, wow, that's going to be so powerful, because unseeable low launchers are like the most powerful thing in Tekken, more or less. That's why Devil Jin is so good. But it's conditional. You have to be in heat and Scarecrow, and that changes it. It makes it a lot more like, I think the thing to compare it to is like Xiao Yu's Rage Strike, which is still good and useful, you know, but it creates the mind game or whatever. But she needs to have Rage, and she needs to be in back turn, which means that the likelihood that she gets dealt with, in her case specifically low parried, goes up significantly. Whereas Devil Jin's Hell Sweep, you can essentially do whenever you want to. And even though it is like possible to react to the crouch dash, it's like, it's very fast, and you can make it like impossible to react to the stance that it comes out of. And that is so much more powerful, because then just standing anywhere on the stage is terrifying. So I think what you're going to end up doing with Zafina in the new game is she's going to play very similarly to how she does right now, but you're going to try and activate your heat and then mix. I don't know what the main mid mix-up for the... it's this move, by the way. This move becomes an unseeable low launcher in heat. You activate it with 2+3. I don't know what the mid mix-up for that's going to be mainly. She probably has a bunch of options. If there's a strong launcher, that'd be very good. But you're trying to get there and then use either the mid or the launch that you get off of that low to win the round. I think that's going to be like the basic rhythm of a Zafina round. Whereas with Elisa, I think it's going to center more around utilizing heat to score chip damage. I think Elisa is going to be a chip damage character, which is interesting because that's very new. I mean, it's essentially the first time we've ever had anything like chip damage in a Tekken game. So, yeah, I think she's going to be one of my main characters, maybe my #1 main character. I'm going to enjoy playing her for the same reasons I enjoy playing her now. She obviously looks fantastic, but if you look at her move list and then you look at Reina, Jin, Devil Jin, these other like super powerful characters that have been power crept in pretty crazy ways and can do all these new things now, I think Zafina falls significantly behind. And to be honest, I think that's intentional because Namco and the community at large are constantly overestimating Zafina, mainly because of how impressive Arslan Ash has been with her, right? Zafina is not nearly as good as most people think. And Arslan Ash could probably win those tournaments with Chloe if he tried to. That's the point, right? He probably could, and Chloe is very, very bad, like very bad. I have no doubt in my mind that Arslan Ash in tournament could beat Nii 6-0 with Chloe. So he's not really the measuring device that you should be using, if you know what I mean. So Zafina is overrated right now, and that means that people, like even Spag's video, the title of Spag's video was, "Is she still broken?" I would argue that she never was. Maybe before, she was stronger than she currently is when she was first released. I don't quite remember. But currently not broken. And that is why she's going to go from like a higher mid-tier character to high tier, which is right now, to sort of lower mid-tier in the new game, probably. But most people will say and will argue that she's gone from being broken to being more reasonable. And so they will be happy with it, right? Which, again, is fine. Like, I tend to play characters that aren't very good anyway, and so it's not going to bother me that she's not, like, super good necessarily in the new game, as long as she's, like, fun to use and usable and has things that you can do. The most frustrating, like, bad Tekken characters to play, the ones that you really don't want to be stuck playing, are the ones where you feel like there's just a lack of things for me to conceivably do about anything. And that's, you know, my main frustration with Elisa and the reason I dropped her. It's like, like I'm standing on the stage with King right here. What should I do? Well, I can do this move and get launched. I can do this move and probably get launched. I can do this move and do 0 damage. I can launch with this launch punishable low and get, you know, a combo with residual damage, you know, in the high 40s. That's frustrating. What flaws does she have? Zafina. Okay, so if you're out here, for example, you can check people with Ford 4-2. And it's like your main tool for like controlling space and controlling people. But it does 20 damage and is not like exceptionally threatening, right? This move, people can quite easily jab you out of. And this move, people can, if they're good, quite easily jab you out of. This is homing. This can be walked or dealt with by a bunch of people, right? And then all your other attempts to sort of can open and open people up down 3 is very risky. It's riskier than you think, probably, especially in some matchups. It's like not even a good idea to use this low against Kazuya, in my opinion. And that matters because half the community is you know, watching main man and playing Kazuya. So it's not, you do not want to have a bad matchup against Kazuya. Definitely, because he's everywhere and you're just going to suffer. Yeah, forward, forward, 4. I don't know if I said 2. Forward, forward, 2 I don't think is good. I think forward, forward, 2 is a pretty bad move. Short range. It's fun when it counter hits. But it pushes back. You only get 1 frame of advantage. It's not big. The other major flaw that Zafina has is while standing punishment. Her while standing punishment is arguably the worst of any character in the entire game. Like, an important aspect of this character is below bottom tier. It's F- tier, because this while standing 4, which is a below average while standing 4, it's not even a good while standing 4, is all she gets until she gets to like 15 frames and can do her launcher, which is admittedly pretty good. But her while standing launcher having that, you know, situation confirmability or whatever, the sacrifice that she makes is that she is not capable of getting a lot of damage off of it. So if I launch with while standing 1, 2, let's try and do that right now so we can talk about it. There we go. If I launch with this, first of all, her bread and butter combo is inconsistent, so you have to change the combo, but you're going to get 60 damage if you're lucky. And that's in a game where, like, the really powerful characters will use a while standing launcher and then lay between like 75 and 80 damage on you and then, you know, get the wall. So I think Zafina is actually overall surprisingly kind of low damage, and she also really struggles for punishment. Her 10 frame is this. It's got utility and a stance, but it doesn't have damage really. Her 1, 2, kind of trash. I mean, it's useful, you have to use it. Her 13 frame doesn't knock down, although it wall splats, you know, this thing. But it's just, you know, not that impressive. And then you don't have a 15 frame launcher. You have this for 14. Your main launcher, the down 4-2, this thing is 16. So you struggle for impact frames, you struggle for damage, you struggle for while standing punishment, and then that is made up for by you having, I mean, some key kind of powerful moves, decent counter hits. 1+2, this string is good, but risky. The 1+2, Spag called it Zafina's best move. Every part of that string is punishable, and the second and third hit are option selectable by the entire cast. So, you know, if your best move is that risky, you know. So the thing with Zafina is that sometimes you steamroll people by jumping around and trolling in these different stances, but when somebody knows like how to sidewalk the stances left when you're supposed to, when somebody knows how to capitalize on the fact that she doesn't punish lows well, you know, if you have a really powerful -13 low that you can abuse because you're Dragunov, for example, or you're Brian or whatever, and that while standing 4, this thing is the worst you're gonna eat for getting it blocked. I mean, I guess you can still low parry, but that abusing that low becomes a lot more inviting. So yeah, I think Zafina has pretty significant flaws as a character overall, but the major strength basically comes down to the backdash. That's like the major standout strength, isn't it? I hope that movement really is as significant as it should be in the new game, because... Rage Shard? No? Okay. Hey, good choice too. The thing is, like, if you're going to capitalize on a good backdash, if this is going to be your playstyle, you know, first of all, you have to be careful so that you don't, like I'm doing right now, just walk yourself into a corner. I've just lost positional advantage by doing too many backdashes. But it's also kind of, you're kind of at the mercy of your opponent. Like, they can let you or not let you capitalize on the backdash much. They can try and, like, they can whiff and try and engage with you when you're running away from them like this. But they can also play in a way, and they might have a character that has a playstyle that isn't conducive to you being successful with your backdash. If your opponent is playing Jin and he's doing forward 4, that counters basically anything any other character can do in the game. It works at full screen, it works at close range, it works at the beginning of the round, it works at the end of the round, it works in the middle, it works in combos, it works after and before combos, it works against good players, it works against bad players, it works if you accidentally do it when you are asleep. You know, that's forward 4. That's a strong character in this game, doing a strong move in this game. Jin's forward 4, right? That, compared to like having a strong backdash on your character, is very, very far apart in terms of how valuable it is for you. Okay? Like having very powerful, completely safe mids that when you do them, you either win the round or nothing happens. That is such a fantastic risk-reward ratio that your character is just by definition fantastic. And, you know, having good movement is great, but having win buttons is always going to be better. And Zafina could look good on paper, but then you start comparing her to the Mishimas and you realize that, oh, like it's, you know, character strength is like almost always relative. So that's the way you have to think about it. How is Zafina going to compete with Devil Jin in the new game? You know, Devil Jin, you've seen his new extensions. You've seen the fact that Devil Jin can shoot chain projectiles across the stage. That he has a forward flying stance that's twice as fast and twice as powerful as Elisa's. He's essentially Kunimitsu. He still has his Hell Sweep. He still has the Electric. He still has Laser Scraper. You know, having win buttons is the best strategy you can have. And so, yeah, I mean, talk about having a good backdash all you want, but at some point, you know. Does she have many good keep-out moves? No. I would say her main keep-out move is probably 1+2. And forward 4. Her down forward 1 string is amazing. It's good. Down forward 1 string is good, but it's also like, there's always risk. There's always risk. That's the thing, right? This is like us getting to the core of it. There's always risk, and there are plenty of characters in the game where there is never risk. And if you have a really good move, but there's always risk, like this thing, he can punish the 2 hits. He can punish the 3 hits. Look, he can punish that right there, you know? Down for 1 by itself, okay, I can do this. I can add 1 hit, I can do the 4, which they can duck, you know? There's always risk. But if you can do like an extremely powerful move like Jin's forward 4 and there's never any risk of something bad happening to you, of you getting launched, ducked, punished, taking damage, then that is not slightly more powerful. It is like 10 times more powerful. When they buff a move and it goes from being punishable to being completely safe, that is such a massive buff to that move that it completely changes the move. You can now apply it in completely new ways, and it's not even the same thing anymore. I mean, that's just true. And that is like another like sort of Mishima privilege, sort of a thing that we've seen is we have these this move category in Tekken called a steel pedal. And a steel pedal is essentially like a kicking attack that's a mid, usually has counter at launch properties that will hit grounded, and so it becomes a significant Oki tool, right? Or you can just do it in neutral. Well, if you look at the steel, some of the strongest steel pedals in the game, they belong to Mishimas and they are completely safe on block. And then you look at a steel pedal from, for example, Miguel, and it's not that the move is punishable, which would be a huge downgrade compared to a Mishima, it's launch punishable. You know? I think that's a very, very stark and obvious example of character favoritism, and it's also like a safe steel pedal compared to a launch punishable steel pedal. You're not in the same universe anymore. You're not in the same galaxy. Dragunov's new down back 3+4. Which one's that? Oh, is that the new low? Is that his new low? Talented Julie, I thought Miguel's pedal was only launch punishable if you did the extension. You're thinking of the wrong move. You're right if you're thinking about forward 3. I'm talking about down 3+4.
New challenger.
But yeah, you're right. It's launch punishable, but that move's good. That's like a high skill ceiling good move that you have to be a good player to use properly. You do forward 3, you hit confirm it, and you get a wall splat. If you get it wrong, you get launched. So as long as you do it right and you're good, it's like his hatchet kick. Yeah, it looks crazy. It's really good. But here's the thing: to actually use Miguel's forward 3 4-string successfully, you have to be focused, have good reaction speed, and you have to have knowledge, right? To apply that string, which is why most Miguel players, like me included, barely use it. Because he just has, you know, a bunch of stuff that takes less work. But again, I mean, I don't mean to constantly be coming back to Jin's forward 4. Jin's forward 4 is a move that you can successfully apply if you've never played Tekken before. It's a move that you can use whenever you want to, without any real... I mean, all you need to know is the combo that comes after a counter hits. But if you know that, I mean, apply it whenever. You don't have to watch the screen. You don't really have to react to anything. You don't have to have much knowledge. You don't have to be scared of getting launched. You can just do the move. And then, oh, it launched. I guess I'll collect a round now. And that's it, right? Again, you have to think, when you compare characters and moves in Tekken, you should always, in my opinion, be looking at specifically risk-reward ratio. Because that's almost the entire story. If I stand to gain 80 damage, and the risk I'm taking is completely negligible or just not there, that's a fantastic move. That's a broken move. Oh, I thought it would work. Sorry. Hey, good patience, dude. Good backdash. I did the backswing blow. Hey, cool, dude.
Great. Round 4. Fight.
The combo without Zen is really hard. Yeah, but he can do it with Zen. He can do not hard combos off of it. He can do not hard combos. I mean, there's a hard combo, but if you can get a full combo either way, it's the same thing. Like, if you're playing Dragunov and you're like a serious Dragunov player, if there is such a thing. Just kidding, Dragunov boys. You're cool. Hey, Feng, how about somebody has a look at your frame data? It seems a little bit oppressive. Almost like the entire world noticed and then started playing you when they had no previous interest. Dragunov's counter hit running 2. Running 2, by the way, the risk-reward ratio is fantastic for Dragunov. It's easily one of the most overpowered moves in the entire franchise. Dragunov's running 2 is broken, even though you can occasionally sort of sidewalk it, yeah? Because that happens very rarely, and when it does happen, when you do successfully sidewalk running 2, he usually runs past you because it has an extended animation, and he runs past you and now he's over there, so it's not like you get access to the back. Whereas if, like, for example, I do this slash kick with Zafina, which you will be doing in the new game because it's good now, it has a scarecrow transition. If I do this, see where Zafina jumps and where she lands, she basically goes one of these tiles on the floor. Which means that if Xiaoyu were to walk around Zafina as she's approaching, she's going to be standing right at her back. And she's going to do basically a round-ending amount of damage if she's prepared on the back. You know, some characters, they can get massive combos, right? Whereas Dragunov will run far enough that usually, even if you do evade it, you don't get anything. And that means that the risk-reward ratio is just very, very favorable. But if you get a counter hit with that move, you're supposed to do a while standing 4. To pick up, and then you can do the combo, but you can be a Skroopman and run up and do down 2, which you're thinking about anyway because it's 50% of your entire repertoire as a Dragunov player is down 2, and you can get a combo anyway. And so that launcher is fantastic even if you're not good. That's one way you could, like, make me respect those strategies a little bit more. Make them actually have to do the hard combo. And now we're talking. But it's not the case for Jin, and it's not the case for Dragunov. Yeah. I'm ducking the second hit of that string, which means that I'm in a good mood. I only do that when I'm in a very good mood. This new computer is amazing, you guys. It's amazing. And once I'm done streaming this game, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a great stream, talking about stuff. I'm going to like turn on World of Warcraft, which is, you know, embarrassing. Because that game is embarrassing now. And I'm going to hunt for some transmogs, and I'm going to play World of Warcraft at like maximum graphics without any issues, any lag, any slowdown. For the first time in my life, and I've played World of Warcraft since I was 14 years old, and I've only occasionally had a good enough computer that I could do like a big raid without having constant performance issues. It's gonna be so sick.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
The cutscene at the wall, yeah, it looks cool, but yeah, people will be bored. But I think it's long. It's a little movie, and you know how I feel about movies. I skip the movies. But there are long wall combos that you see every day now, and you kind of filter them out. I think it's less abrasive than the you know, when the camera angle switches and an actual cutscene starts, like a rage art, like the universal heat activator, those things. What kind of computer? I got a very nice one. Now, I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to technology. Basically, the reason this stream works at all is that you guys support me and tell me what to do. But I know that I have a graphics card, which I think is the same thing as a GPU, that is called RTX 4070. I have a hard drive that's 1.24 terabytes. It's an SSD. I know that my processor is supposed to be very good, and it's an i5. But we played Tekken 8, the demo on here earlier. It defaulted to ultra settings, and I was able to play that entire story chapter with all the bells and whistles and the fire and the lighting effects without any single slowdown, any single performance issue on basically max settings. So I'm very, very excited about that. Graphics processing unit. Okay, but is that the same as a graphics card? It should be, right? A unit, a card. They're not really card shaped anymore. They come with fans and stuff on them, but you know. I didn't build it myself. It's by a company that, I mean, it's an Acer, but it's like by a company that builds gaming computers. I wouldn't attempt to do it myself. I would mess it up. I don't have any practice. RAM, I think I have, let's see, I think I have 16 gig. Yeah, I've got 16 gigs of RAM. $4070. Yeah, people said that RTX 40 series for NVIDIA graphics cards were like, the reviews were, some were good, some were bad, some were ambiguous, but most of them that were critical, something I noticed, and you who are into tech can tell me if I'm right or wrong here, this is me getting into like tech components 2 days ago for the first time, so I have very little knowledge, but it seems to me that they discuss very, very much relative to price. So it'll be like, NVIDIA, this new graphics card, you know, we ran some benchmarks and it outperforms this other card slightly, but if it outperforms a cheaper card by 10%, but it's 50% more expensive, then they would be like super critical and say that the card is bad. The card could still have like really excellent performance, but it may not have excellent performance for its price. The other, like the problem with that is because this card that I have, or this GPU, has been out for I think half a year or 8 months, because most of the reviews were like 6 to 8 months old. So I'm assuming that it came out about that long ago. First of all, if you watch that review now, the prices may have changed significantly since then. The other part of it is, I was looking at a PC that I wanted to buy, and I was happy with the price of it. I'm like, I am happy to buy this at this price, and it has this GPU. So all I really want to know, is this GPU good? Does it like produce the results that I'm after? I wasn't looking for an insight on the GPU's performance relative to its price. Do you know what I mean? And so even though I did see some iffy reviews for the RTX 40 series, basically all the aspects of it that were important to me personally checked out. And it was also heavily recommended specifically for streaming on YouTube because of, I don't know, codecs or something else that I don't understand. But I stream on YouTube, and so a graphics card that's very good for streaming on YouTube is, you know, a very good graphics card or GPU for me.
Round 2. Fight.
Post the specs. All right, after this match, maybe I will. People are really interested in these things, huh? I mean, I think, based on what I've learned, and again, tech guys, tell me if I'm right, based on what I've learned in the last few days, looking at, like, you know, prices and PC components, it seems as though game development is advancing at a faster pace than the consumer is able to keep up with. So basically, the new AAA or whatever, I don't think that term means anything, but the new like big studio games that are coming out are pushing and requiring more straight like hardware power than most consumers are able to like buy or get a hold of. And it's getting like unreasonable how often you will have to like update your GPU for it to be able to keep up with the new generation of games. And my prediction for what that's going to result in, and again, tell me if I'm on the right track here, I think a lot of people are going to start migrating back to console gaming. And I was pretty convinced that console gaming was on like a slow, like slippery death spiral slope, because will we get YouTube videos when Tekken 8 launches? Dude, I will go back to mainly doing YouTube videos, and I will be doing YouTube videos on Tekken 8 for years, and then obviously occasionally stream the game live as well. But the main thing I want to do when Tekken 8 comes out is go back to high quality with the new computer, with the new stuff that I have, with the new knowledge that I have, character guides, guides on like mechanics, reviews of new content, previews of new content, you know, that sort of a thing. That's what I want to get back to. The reason I don't do it for Tekken 7 anymore is I made 500 videos talking about the game, and it became difficult to come up with topics. And so I started streaming instead. But in the new game, it's going to be back to the good old days, because the YouTube video is like my favorite format. I can joke around more, I can do skits, I can mess with people, and then obviously I will play the game and enjoy it as well. But yeah. So yeah, I think people are going to go back to console because, okay, you can buy a PlayStation 5 now, basically for less than a third of what I paid for the computer that I'm playing on right now, which is major. Like, it's a big investment. It's a lot of money. Like, I saved up for a while to be able to afford this, and, you know, I have a decent job in terms of salary. I think I have a very nice and good job that I like, you know, by other criteria. So if you can get Tekken 8 and you know that it will run well because it's a PlayStation 5 game on your PlayStation 5, you know, it's made to run exactly on the hardware that you're using, and there's crossplay where you can now play against the people who own a PC anyway, so you're not really missing out on the ability to play with lots of people. You're on the same ladder as the rest of them. It becomes increasingly hard to make the argument for the PC. Obviously, the computer I'm playing on right now will outperform a PS5, I think. Now, I don't know how powerful the PS5 is, and it has all these other benefits. For example, I can stream very easily. I don't need a capture card. I can watch YouTube and you know, all this other stuff at the same time. I can edit on the same machine that I record on. But I heard a rumor that the main man Sui, and I don't think we can go an entire stream without talking about him, is going to play Tekken 8 on PlayStation. Like, you guys told me that he said that that's his plan, and that's surprising to me because he's a successful, streamer, PC streamer right now, which says to me that he probably has a powerful personal computer that he's using currently, and if his is falling behind a little bit, he could upgrade it probably for less of the cost of a PS5. But also, his stream is very successful, and he can definitely effortlessly afford to get a new computer. So I'd be very interested in knowing if that's true and what his logic is. Because when I heard that, and I was thinking about getting this computer, I considered a PS5 like for a while. I started Tekken 7 on PS4 until I got my last PC. Oh man, I'm losing this.
Time up.
Good strat, dude. He confirmed?
Fight.
Yeah, stream from the computer. That's what you have to do. I mean, you get a capture card. It's just surprising to me that he's going to do that. I want to know his logic. This right now, for me, is the single most exciting thing I've ever bought for myself, pretty much. Like, you can tell how happy I am right now. I'm so excited. New game, new computer.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, he's gonna do that again? I tried to do a rage drive, didn't come out. I need to fix my hotkeys to make this work.
Fight.
Good patience. Oh! I knew he was going to do capital punishment. That was obvious. I just thought he would do it and get armored through. But he waited a little bit longer than I think, and it turned into a punish. There we go. GG's.
You win.
The Ravens game will be on too late. Yeah, I know. I'll watch the highlights tomorrow. Who are they playing? What games am I going to play? Thanks for asking, Francisco Ramos. Mainly Tekken 8, but I will also be playing Lies of P and Elden Ring, including the DLCs. And then whatever other cool game comes out that I'm interested in. I've been considering playing this game called Death Will Die or Death Must Die, which is kind of like a Vampire Survivors sort of a game, and I really enjoy those. They're fun. Me and my girlfriend got a Vampire Survivors, and we got really good at it, and we like beat the Grim Reaper and all the stages. My girlfriend really liked. There's an old man priest character who like specializes in the Bible. And he was her favorite. And then I usually played, what is it, Rama? The girl who throws the axes. Oh no! Did you see that? That's crazy bad luck. Okay.
Fight.
Pretty sure I broke that. Oh, okay. All the king stuff now, huh? He wants the promo. All the king stuff. Alright, dude. I'm going to give you a shot at the promo on me again. And we'll see if you can pull through. You give Luke Chola, please. Hey, King Moin. Do you mean that you want me to play Lucky Chloe? Fortunately, I don't know how. How much did I spend on it? A bit. A significant amount of money. Alright, dude. Good luck. Let's get the promo, yeah? I'm not going to give it away. You're going to have to work for it. Good block. Okay. Oh! Ali kick. Yeah, I knew it too. I knew it, dude. You king players and your Ali kicks, dude.
Round 2.
Is it Ali or Ali?
Fight.
Either way, it's a scroop move. I'm breaking the throws, but he's still not letting me hit him for damage, basically. He's winning the damage economy because everything I'm doing, he's blocking. So I'm dealing with him perfectly, but I'm dealing 0 damage, which means that I'm not dealing with him perfectly. Hey, nice promo, dude. Well done. Alley kicks. People who can't get past Raijin, yeah, I know, it happens. Damn, I kind of want to copy my save data now and not be at these ranks. I guess even though the game is dead and about to be replaced, I do still care a little bit about having a rank in this game. Don't play Lucky... I wasn't going to play Lucky Chloe anyway. I don't know how. I've never tried it. All I know is that I like the fact that her 12 frame fish hook is just generic 4. That's like, I don't know. That seems ergonomic to me.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I'm Rian King. You actually have a really good point. This is significantly harder than I thought it would be.
Fight.
I mean, inevitably I will climb, but these guys, like the difference between playing this guy and like no, I don't know this guy. I haven't played him for more than 12 seconds. But the last King guy, the difference between him and like taking God rank King is not significant. I mean, the differences are there. His inability to produce consistent enough results to get that rank is like the main difference, obviously. But you'd expect like 10 ranks lower to mean that you're now steamrolling everybody without effort, and it's just not the case. Seems like the general level of power of a Tekken player has significantly gone up. I'm also focusing a lot more on talking than on playing, but you know, I shouldn't make excuses. See? That's cool. Made perfect sense. And when he got the hit, he did like one of the few things probably that could have killed in that scenario. You know? That's a person who has like significant experience playing Tekken, and he's about to get demoted to Fujin. That poke string for King, I've always hated it. I've always thought it was way too good. Because there are like poking based and poking centric characters that don't have like standard pokes that powerful. King is supposed to be a grappler, and he does. I think King is a character that lacks downsides. I don't think he's got that many like completely overpowered moves, but he does lack downsides. I don't think you should be the dedicated grappler and also better than most characters at literally all other things.
Fight.
Good choice, good choice. Should have ducked. Could have ducked. Look at these Kings. This is crazy. Do a 4-2-1 again. Look at these Kings. These low-rank Kings. Basically green rank Kings. Kicking ass, dude. It's awesome. Do you think Leo's father will be DLC? Not necessarily. I mean, the journalist guy wasn't DLC in the last game, right? You know, he just ruined the story mode and talked a lot, and then, you know, basically didn't matter at all or do anything, right? Maybe he'll be like the journalist character. Right. Grappling doesn't mean that much in this game. Well, I think it kind of does for a very select few characters. Very select few characters. But if you're going to have King be the wrestler, grappler, whatever, then he should have strong grappling, and he should be significantly weaker at other things to compensate for his powerful grappling. That's basic balance design, you know? Think about King. You've got, I mean, people say he doesn't have lows, so I don't agree. He's got very good, like, pokes and stuff up close. He's got a powerful hop kick. His whiff punishment is crazy. 4-2-1 is, like, the most iconic, like, classic whiff punisher of all time. Wall splats. He's got damage. He's got these trolley setups. He's got more unblockables and trolley things than even Yoshimitsu. He's essentially the game's biggest gimmick character. I think even Majin would agree with that. I think King is the gimmick character. People talk about Yoshi being this crazy, you know, party character with all these gimmicks. I think King completely outclasses Yoshi when it comes to being like gimmicky, weird, unblockable, multi-throw, flying through the air troll, you know. gimmicky troll character 100%, right? And then he also just happens to have like giant swing, shining wizard, and all those things as well. So I don't really know. The design completely lacks focus because the character completely lacks obvious downsides. Unless you think that he just categorically doesn't have lows, which isn't true. But, you know, maybe that makes you sleep better at night. Speaking of Yoshi, he's got Jeff Goldblum after he gets maimed by the T-Rex in the underground maintenance room for his profile pic, which I agree deeply with. Great character. Great book. I like Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is a good read. It's not mind-blowing or heavy. It does have themes. It does say things. I think the story that it tells is more interesting than the story in the book. It kind of, at least to an extent, does away with the annoying kid stuff, although the children characters are there, but they're kind of different. In the book, Lex, the girl, is the younger child, and Tim is the older child. And Tim is capable with technology for a child and knows a lot about dinosaurs. And then Lex is a small child. So it's more like, I mean, maybe they didn't want to have like the girl be the useless character, but the point of her is just that Alan Grant has to like navigate Jurassic Park while like trying to take care of a young child, and they have, you know, impulses and feelings and sneeze and, you know, get scared and all of that. She's essentially a character that's written to be an obstacle for another character. Other major differences, like with characters, John Hammond is categorically evil in the book, which he isn't in the film. He's just like a, you know, a misguided but nice old man. The book, John Hammond like really doesn't care that much about his grandkids. Really doesn't care that much about the fact that people have died because of him. Just wants to keep going. Even when people have been like slaughtered by like the raptors, he's like, well, next time it'll be better, you know? He's gonna make it again. And then he gets brutally killed by, you know, the Peter Storm Death in The Lost World. He's the guy who gets eaten by the little tiny compies in the river. That's how Hammond dies in the book. So they took his death from the first book and put it in the second movie, which is kind of weird. They did another thing like that. You've done, how many one throws have you done? How many one throws have I failed to block? Yeah, this is the first opponent today that's annoying the shit out of me. So this is the first challenge. Now we gotta like not be upset about this and try and enjoy it as much as we can. But this guy is, the way this guy's playing is annoying the shit out of me. Yeah, I mean, I hate this guy. I'm sorry. I don't hate you as a person. I hate the way you play this game more than I have, like, words to describe. And I speak a couple of languages. That's not as pretentious, I'm sorry. Yeah, another thing is, you know the little girl who gets eaten by compies or harmed by compies on the beach in the beginning of the second movie, like her parents are rich and they have a yacht or whatever? That is one of the opening scenes of the first Jurassic Park book. Because in Jurassic Park, the first book, the dinosaurs are getting to the mainland and starting to like harm people in like mainland Costa Rica. Because they're getting on the supply boats and hiding in like on the supply boats. And then they're like starting to propagate on the mainland. Which is how the wider world gradually becomes aware of Jurassic Park. He says while playing Zafina. I think Zafina is, I know what you mean. Like, I know how this looks. I completely see your point. Like, I know how this looks. I know how this looks. And this. I know how it looks, but surprisingly honest and reasonable. Compared to many other characters. But then again, that could be because I play the character, so I understand these things. Sound like, oh, well, you know, this move has obvious downsides. So it could just be bias. You never heard anybody talk about the Jurassic Park books? Well, check them out, dude. It's totally worth it. And again, like, the Steven Spielberg films are good when you're a kid. And it's like this big adventure. They become increasingly less enjoyable the older you get, in my opinion. But the book is strong. The book is really strong. The second book, pretty strong. Yeah, second book is strong as well. It's a little bit more techno horror in a way.
Round one.
In the second, The Lost World, or the second Jurassic Park book, a T-Rex tries to mate with the Jeep that they're in. Or it like scent marks it, so it's like rubbing its genitalia all over the car they're in and getting this like scented goo. Basically, you know, the prehistoric reptile equivalent of musk, not Elon. You know, the thing that deer, when deer are in rut when they're it's the mating season. The male deer release this certain kind of chemical from scent glands to advertise their general horniness, you know, and then the humans use it for perfumes and stuff. That's a weird scene when they're in a car and the T-Rex starts basically banging it, but you know that happens. Oh, and the other, like, my favorite difference between the Jurassic Park book and the movie is that, do you remember Gennaro, the lawyer guy who's on the toilet, and he's like, we're gonna make a fortune with this place. The one when Hammond says, oh, the only one I have on my side is the blood-sucking lawyer. He's talking about Gennaro, right? And then he's on the toilet, he runs away, abandons the children, and that's like, you know, when he abandons the children, it's like an old shitty slasher movie. You make the morally questionable choice, and that means that now the killer or the monster is going to get you, right? And so the toilet falls apart and he gets eaten by the T-Rex. Gennaro in the book, the source material, is a lawyer representing the investors of Jurassic Park, but he is in really good shape. He's younger. He's well, like, in really good shape. He's like built. And the first thing that happens, because he's there on behalf of these investors. The first thing that happens when he sees the park is not him going, we're going to make a fortune. He thinks it's a terrible idea. It's way too dangerous. And when he realizes that Hammond has brought his grandchildren, kids, to that island, he's furious and he's like trying to shut it down. And then he's basically the protagonist of much of the rest of the book. One of the main characters who's trying to save everybody. He like fights raptors with a rocket launcher at one point, I think. He's awesome. So it's weird that they made him like a, you know, this weak, thin, you know, greedy guy in the book, and then he like dies in the first half the moment the T-Rex gets out of the paddock. That's the only real frame rate drop I've had today, and it's because he's Wi-Fi.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Dragunov is a character whose jabs are... They have an unfortunate hitbox where when Dragunov players try to option select the second and third hit of this 1+2 string right here, his jabs can just fail and I get a free launch for massive damage. Do you guys want to see if I can make it happen? This is like knowledge for you. Alright, I tried to do it and he killed me, so... I'm gonna do it when it's appropriate. I'll do it right now. Okay, he probably doesn't know about the option select. Or maybe he just didn't want to risk it. But you see all that damage. It's a huge launcher, right? And I can get that sometimes completely for free because his jabs just, in Miguel-esque fashion, his jabs just fail. I was waiting for that specific move because it's not like a dragon, all that Eugen rank is not going to do that move at the wall. It's fast, so it's hard to duck, but if you're just standing still and looking for it, they'll give you the opportunity eventually. He hasn't thrown yet. I think it's happening soon. He hasn't started like throw abusing quite yet. And that's the next step. If you're going to be like generic online Dragunov, it's running 2 down 2 and then it's throw abuse.
Final round. Fight.
Yeah, trying to sidewalk a move that can't really be sidewalked. Shouldn't have even have tried. Oh! Where's my combo, dude? Where's my combo?
You win.
What did I just do?
Yoshis are trolling. Yeah, some Yoshis are trying to win. But like I said, I feel like there are worse gimmick characters in the game. Like King. King probably being the worst offender. And like Marduk. But Marduk is like maximum gimmicks and trolling. Plus just almost unrivaled power. And actual strength, you know. What happened with Zafi? She was Tekken God a year ago. She was TTG, almost TGP yesterday. And then, Alex Hunter, I bought a new computer. So I lost my save files. She's still high rank on my other computer, which is right there. So basically all my high ranks are in that corner over there. Chilling in a laptop bag. But there you go. Yeah, string spam is another Dragunov staple. They'll do down 2, they'll do running 2, they'll do string spam. Oh, it's Futret. Damn. This guy's a really good Elisa player. And a troll, and he's playing King, so that checks out. I definitely broke that one. Look at these pokes, dude. He's like better at poking than Elisa, and poking is the only thing Elisa can do. And then he also has like the best grappling and everything else. This is Oil Ocean from Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Good game.
KO.
Damn, my nose is itchy. Sorry. Sorry I'm scratching it so much.
Fight.
Chill with the throws, dude. That whiff punish is so good. I did not think I was in range for that, and I was not even close to out of range. That 4-2-1 is like broken for King. I know you can duck it, but it doesn't matter if he's confirming the whiff. Definitely get up 3, yeah. Ooh, big mistake! I thought you might. Big mistake, dude.
Round 3. Fight.
Dude, you throw too much. He got it, though. He got it. I didn't think he would win that, but he got it. He just kept throwing and then he got it.
Fight.
Oh no! He's mixing his throws with completely safe on block launching mids. Which, you know, barely has any right to exist in this franchise, but, you know. I'd do them as well if I had them.
KO.
GG's fuck right. The graphics card is a GeForce RTX 47. Thanks, Jin. Thanks, Main Owl. Email yourself the save file. I honestly, I don't know how. I guess I know how to attach a file to an email and send it to myself, obviously, but I don't know where the save file is, and, you know, I'm afraid that if I go in and mess with any game files, I'm going to do more damage, you know. Moonsault, yeah. Moonsault's broken, by the way. I know you can, like, jab it and stuff, but it's, like, just too good for Oki. What if I never do the high? What if I keep doing the mid? In the new game, you can, because they removed the mid for some reason. But what if I just do the mid, dude? This is Tekken 7. I can still rely on that. What if I mix ya? My nose is way too itchy to be playing Foot Red right now. No counter hit. Okay, he knows about the plus frames. Strong hop kick. Damn, what's with my itchy nose?
Round 3. Fight.
He's like consistently hop kicking my down jabs right now. Oh god, Moonsault's broken. Moonsault's broken.
Round 4.
Just 3-3 him to death. Well, he's prepared for it now because I've done it once. It was like good for one cheesy round, but I don't think I want to rely on it to get more. But I do need to do something that I haven't done yet, so... What should we do to kill him now? Maybe like Mantis stuff? A good jab. Hate that he has that throw. Hate the broken Oki that he gets after the throw. Oh! It's broken damage, by the way. Alright, final round.
Final round. Fight.
Alright. No promo. There's no promo. Or maybe there is. Let's do Mantis. Let's do Mantis! Never give up. Never give up. Get the promo, dude. GG's fuck red. Get owned. Well played. Work my way back up. It doesn't matter that I have like low ranks right now because this game is only, I mean, it's barely relevant now. In a month from now, it's going to be replaced. And you know, whatever. There's like a bunch of videos of me getting TGP on multiple characters on the channel, so I basically have those ranks forever, don't I? Does it matter that I like don't have them right now? On this screen that we're looking at right now? Let's actually do the key binding thing so that I can get my rage shards out, or rage drives out properly. What's this? This menu's changed. It's dumb now. Where are my key bindings? Button mapping, controller setup? Is that it? Oh, okay. This is it. Where is 2 plus 3? This is 2 plus 3. Okay. Nice. I think the reason I had 2 plus 3 mapped to 1 plus 4 is that I was playing like a little bit of Lars back then, and I wouldn't be able to get his shoulder at the end of wall combos out faster. Hey, Young Tuberculosis, congrats on the promo, dude. Oh no, it's Chloe. The game stopped being relevant when you stopped having fun. Yeah, I'm like kind of like trying to have fun again now, but the way I'm doing it is I'm not expecting the game to be different. I'm like accepting the fact that I have to have a different perspective on it for it to be fun to me again, and it's working. So far I've really enjoyed this stream, and I haven't really seen, you know, meteoric results. Now I'm playing a Wi-Fi Claudio, and he's gonna do running too. He's gonna do it right now, in fact. He did the mid. He's stream sniping for sure. It's a weird choice. I never blocked that low, so maybe not. Maybe that's a good choice. Wow, okay. Yeah, he's playing Claudio. He's playing Claudio. He's just doing the hop kick because screw you. To be fair, that's like half my playstyle with half my character, so I can't complain. I think I win. Dude, why did you swing? Oh. You're not at that mindset. Well, it took me a while as well. Honestly, like I've been thinking about it and realizing it, but I was never really like doing, like making the change. And then I saw Ultra Instinct Josie's video this morning, and it just like made me realize that I do love doing this, and I should do it because it's enjoyable. And if the game's like too trash to make that happen, then I have to compensate for the game being trash by being, you know, as positive as I can. Still alive. Hey, good break. Ah! Armor move, huh? Forgot about those. Yeah, Claudio, in my opinion, is the second most underrated secret top tier character in this game. Number one is Lily, though. Lily is way, way crazy. Lily is so crazy in this game. Lily is so crazy in this game. The fact that she's not ballistic winning tournaments is crazy. Because what she does in this game is like broken magic. Unironically, like top 3 characters online. Unironically, it's like Akuma, maybe Kunimitsu, and then it's like her. Thought you might, so I was going to punish that, but I didn't manage. You can't really backdash away from Claudio either. I think it might be a bad Zafina matchup because, you know, she wants to backdash, but Claudio has infinite range on all his moves. You love Looney Lily? Yeah, me too. She's cool. I mean, I haven't watched much, but she seems nice enough. What was the Ultra Instinct Josie video? Ultra Instinct Josie did a video where he was practicing really hard because he wanted to, for his fans who are Josie players, he wanted to do Josie's Butterfly Edge, which is her flipping launcher, her orbital basically, in real life. And so he promised, like, before the new year, he was going to, like, learn how to do Butterfly Edge for them. And he uploaded a video this morning when he's in his yard working really hard and like, trying over and over. And it's just that, you know, when I did videos in you know, back in Japan on Tekken, and I used to do, like, you know, mess around with you guys, do, like, pure troll videos just to, like, just for the fun of it. Or I would do skits or you know, it was... The overall interaction was like purer, and I just saw that from him and I'm like, damn, that's like I don't know, it's commitment, it's impressive, it's him actually doing something in the real world physically instead of sitting around and complaining in front of a screen. He does it like for his fans who like are really enthusiastic about Joey and they're gonna be excited about this, you know. I'm like, that's a superior YouTuber to me right now, definitely. So, not saying that like I want to go out and like start doing Miguel moves, probably get arrested, you know. But it's more like I want to get back to the core of like why I like to do this and what's fun about it for me. And while getting like salty and having all these opinions on the game is like has been really enjoyable, I realized that it's like it's not really what I want to do with the channel, so I'm gonna can it for the foreseeable future. I'll focus on learning. I think that's what I want to do. I want to focus on learning and like making fun of everything. Good block. Damn, Dark Angel. You're in the chat as well, aren't you?
Round 3.
You're in the chat, you little Wi-Fi player. I see your Wi-Fi indicator. It's 4 bars. How dare you? For most people who play on Wi-Fi, you can't even be mad at them because saying to them, don't have Wi-Fi is like saying to them, like, have different circumstances. If there's an Ethernet cable lying next to them that they're choosing not to connect just to mess with you, that's one thing. But, you know, most people who play on Wi-Fi probably don't have any other option. Like, I've tried to explain to Snake Edge, huh? Dude, if you're in the chat, you're getting banned after this. You're getting banned after this, dude. Like, I've tried to explain to, like, other people in my life, like, people I work with who aren't gamers, my parents, whatever, and like, try to explain that. No. They're like, oh, but the Wi-Fi is great. We have great Wi-Fi. Our internet connection is amazing. I'm like, no, it's trash, because if it's not wired, it's trash for gaming. We need to drill holes in the walls. We need to pull cables through so that I can actually use the internet connection. They're like, what do you mean? Wi-Fi is the technological upgrade to wired connections. It's like saying you want a wired remote on your TV, you know, to them. Final round.
Final round.
I'm in a jolly mood. Yeah, I am. But I've like new computer, new Tekken on the way. Had a great Christmas with my family yesterday. He's done 2 different Snake Ages now. And then, you know, it's only like 2 weeks until I get to go and see my girlfriend. Like the two big major loves of my life. She's number one, obviously, but her and the country of Japan. I'm seeing both of them for the first time in 2 years. I'm seeing Japan for the first time in 2 years, her for the first time in 2 months, very soon, and I'm incredibly excited about that. Hey, Dark Angel, nice snake edges. Let's go again. Deathmatch, dude. You know that player? He's usually in the chat trolling, so, you know, he'll probably show up and say good games. He's a good guy. Like, he's a frequent supporter of the channel. But he does snake edges on 4 Wi-Fi bars. I didn't know. She moved back. Yeah, she moved back. You're lucky to get a break from her. I mean, if I had a choice, I would be living with her the whole time, obviously. But it is true that you appreciate each other more when you do have to be apart. Like when we have a day where, like, I don't have to go to work, she doesn't have to go to work, and we're in the apartment. It's Sweden outside, which means that it's mainly concrete and rain. And, you know, controversial political dialogue. So, you know, going outside is kind of pointless. We don't need to go shopping because we have food. It's like, yeah, you're kind of like, what do we do? And, you know, and then you kind of want to be apart and do your own thing. You know, she wants to work on her knitting or her Instagram, or she wants to, like, you know, read something, watch one of her Japanese drama shows that she likes that I'm not into. I want to play Tekken, you know. But yeah, it's not bad having a break from each other. You shouldn't be around each other all the time. But the fact that I really want to see her right now and I can't, you know, that's the hard part. That's the really hard part. Like, I have those moments every day where I really want to, like, see her and talk to her, and I can't. Because she's not here. Oh, I thought I got you. Please duck. Thought I had him, you know.
Round 2. Fight.
It's a lot of Wi-Fi today. Like, half the matches or more, right? See? I told you Dragunov's jab spaghetti against that string. Didn't I tell you? That's exactly what happens. And then even though the Dragunov player did the right thing, they eat doo-doo. And it's very unfair.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
And the performance of the game is, I mean, I don't know if it's showing on stream, but the performance of the game and how good it looks is incredible compared to what I had before. I'm having, like, very few issues, even though I'm playing against Wi-Fi people, so I feel like my new computer is kind of carrying the match for the both of us. Raychar, please. I love it when they listen. I love it when they listen. The little forward dash to tease him, you know? That's how I roll. That was supposed to be a down 3. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have gotten myself launched. Oh, good sidestep, dude. You guys are noticing that I'm breaking significantly more throws than I usually do, right? And I think I mean significantly more throws than I usually do. And I think it's entirely because I decided to not get hype and salty when I play the game anymore. And it just like mentally, all right, you're 10 frames faster at everything. Here you go. It's like a gift from the universe for you being focused for once. Does my girlfriend like K-pop? No, not really.
Round one.
I don't think she knows any K-pop.
Fight.
Her favorite band that she like, the one where she will like go and see them live with her mother and sister, and they have the t-shirts and everything. They're called Golden Bomber, and they're a very unique band where there's this guy. He looks kind of weird, but he's very nice, very talented. His name is Kirisho, I think. And essentially he had a band with his friends. It's really interesting. Like, look this up. I was fascinated when I learned about these guys for the first time. So it's him, and there's a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer, right? And they had a band. They were trying to make it, but it wasn't going well, more or less, because the main guy, Kirisho, is essentially the only one of them with serious musical talent. He can sing reasonably well. You know, he's the lead vocalist. He doesn't have an amazing voice, but he can sing. He can play all these instruments, and he can write songs. And his friends and his band members cannot do it. Like, they're not at that level. So he basically told his 3 band members that, here's what we're going to do. Just trust me and stick with me, and we're going to be a success. But from now on, I do everything. So he writes the songs, and then when they perform, he's singing, and all the instruments are playback of things that he has played, you know, at some other point. And the rest of the band members are up there playing their heart out, but they're playing nothing. They're essentially playing air guitar. Their instruments aren't plugged in. And the fans love them, you know, they get hype, they have like great relationships with their fans, but everybody knows that the one guy in the middle made all of this music, and he's the only one really performing live music right now, and the other guys are like holding guitars and doing this. It's so weird. But they have this like really fun, loving attitude where they're like really cool with their fans, and they do really fun things on stage, and they have like jokes and stuff peppered throughout the show, and they're very, very passionate about their performances and their songs. So I like, you know, decided to not be a hater about it, but it's weird. He's basically a solo artist, but to be able to make it in Japan, I guess he wanted to do it with his friends, but he also knew that for us to like be a successful rock act, we have to be a rock band. And unfortunately, like I said, he's not that good looking. He's got weird teeth and stuff. But the other guys, like the drummer is like built, and he performs without a t-shirt, and you can see his pecs. And the guitar guy is more like a K-pop effeminate sort of handsome guy, you know? And he's like, no, we need to be an act, but just leave all of the music to me. It's very interesting.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They got the easiest jobs in the world. I mean, I think so, in a way. But then again, they still have to, like, tour, and they're on stage, and they're sweating. I mean, they do light shows, and they do dancing, and they do, you know, fan mail and meet and greets and autographs. And, you know, they do all of it, except they don't write or perform any of the music. So, and you know, being like a rock star or a pop star in Japan, it's hard work. It's hard work for not necessarily that much money compared to a Western artist. That is something you have to realize about big Japanese YouTubers, big Japanese models, big Japanese music acts. Everything is configured in a way in Japan where there's no way you're going to have any access to any kind of success or market without first joining what they call a jimsho. A jimsho basically means office in Japan, but it's like the company that represents you. And the first thing that happens when you like get signed is you join a jimsho, and then you work for them for the rest of your life. They book all your gigs. They decide when you're releasing a new album. Often they write the songs for you and just ask you to perform them. And this is like not considered strange in Japan because everybody works in an office perpetually and doesn't get paid enough. And then the gym show also takes, you know, the vast majority of all the money that is made. And so, and then you work extremely hard and you travel all across the country and you're doing physically taxing things. You know, you're on social media, you can't gain weight, you have to look good. And then, like, in the end, you're not really making that much money off of your performances and your music. I mean, they obviously do really well for themselves if they become popular, but compared to, like, somebody who, like, an indie artist who becomes really successful over here, or, like, a YouTuber, it's very different, you know?
Round 3.
When are you going to open your fan mail? I mean, I read my comments all the time. I'm happy when I get comments and fan mail. It's great how so many of my viewers either genuinely do want to have intercourse with me, or at least joke around about it. If I ever need a confidence boost, I just read my YouTube comments, and there's always somebody in there who wants to, like, you know, cuddle at least. And that's, to quote Gandalf, that is an encouraging thought. I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish none of this had happened. So do they who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. Damn, I haven't watched Lord of the Rings in like 2 weeks. I gotta watch the whole trilogy again. I haven't watched it in like at least 2 weeks. Bagoosh. A wizard arrives exactly when he intends to.
What did I just
The actual quote is exactly when he means to, but yeah, that's a good scene too. Sorry, I don't mean to dunk on your Lord of the Rings quote. I'm way into Lord of the Rings, dude. I'm way into Lord of the Rings. Ask me anything about that world. Ask me anything about the extended lore of Lord of the Rings, and more than likely I can answer in depth. I don't read or write Tengwar or any form of Elvish, because that, you know, that's where I draw the line. But it's because Gandalf speaks a sort of old-timey version of English. Like, you know, he says, "Fly, you fools." He says when he means to. You know, they didn't modernize his dialogue. It's basically as written, and I think it works. I think it works because Gandalf is, even compared to the rest of the characters in that, when they also speak, you know, in a very certain way. But you know, he's an ancient being compared to like basically everybody he interacts with in that world. It's fun when Treebeard calls him young Master Gandalf, because the Ents and Treebeard, they're essentially some of the most ancient creatures in all of Middle-earth. I think technically, because Gandalf is a Maiar, he's been in Valinor. I mean, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think the implication is that he has been there since basically the inception of the world, right? If he was one of the first Maiar who decided to come down into the world, and then way after that he has an incarnation as a wizard and crosses the ocean to Middle-earth, but he's like, you know, a very ancient being. I mean, essentially like an immortal angel, right? Yeah, I thought you were gonna rage drive. I should have gotten out of the stance faster. That interrupted my armor move. What does Gandalf say on page 126, line 4? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. Page 126 of the Return of the King. Well, first of all, you know, get good, because they're not... the Lord of the Rings is not 3 books. I mean, technically, this is very anal. It's one book in that Tolkien was forced to split into 3 volumes. But it's one book. But around there in Return of the King, where would he be? What would Gandalf be doing?
Fight.
Probably in Minas Tirith. Trying to talk to Denethor. It's almost deliberately confusing as well. I remember when he dies, at least in the film, Denethor, Gandalf says, "So passes Denethor, son of Ecthelion." And Ecthelion is like another completely different character in the first age of Middle-earth, and also like one of the most awesome characters of all time. Ecthelion of the Fountain is like, he's essentially an elf warrior who kills the most powerful of all the Balrogs in single combat. So, I mean, Ecthelion is so badass that screaming his name, if you're an elf and you're going into battle, is like a war cry for the elves. And like, the Dark Forces actually like... Because in Lord of the Rings, music, sound, words have very like specific influences and effects. They really matter, you know. Song is like a huge theme. But it's like a powerful word to invoke his name when you go into battle. And like, dark creatures will actually be scared if you speak his name. And he's one of like... The Fall of Gondolin, it's weird because it's one of like the oldest stories he ever wrote. So there are some anachronisms in it. But there are these like hyper powerful, awesome elves who could like fight at a complete god level with god level entities and win, like using a sword. And then, you know, by the Third Age in the Lord of the Rings, they're like diminished in a big way. Dwarves were made before the elves, yeah, but wasn't the stipulation that Eru had for putting the dwarves in Arda that they had to awaken after the men of the elves, the Eruhini, the sons of Eru, which are the elves and men, humans. So even though Aule created them essentially before humans and elves were about, I don't think they were actually like active in the physical world until after at least the elves had awoken. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. Nice choice. They get a buff when they scream his name. Yeah, it's more like they debuff everybody else, kind of. But yeah. And, you know, one of those elves who fights during the Fall of Gondolin, one of these, like, main super badass elves, his name is Glorfindel. And he is, like, I think he's the Lord of the House of the Golden Flower, is, like, his title. Because they have all these, like, noble houses, the elves. And he is eventually reincarnated and comes back into the world, kind of similarly to Gandalf. And if you've watched the first Lord of the Rings movie where Arwen, she's riding with Frodo across the river trying to save them from the Nazgul, what actually happens is it's the reincarnated Glorfindel who shows up and saves them. And he's this like ancient super elf who used to fight Balrogs with his bare hands, basically. And so when the Nazgul see him approaching, because they live in the spirit realm, right? and they don't see well. They don't really perceive physical reality all that well. That's why they need horses to get around. But in their sort of spiritual reality where they have their vision, he appears as like a giant blinding light. And they can like barely look at him because he's so like powerful compared to them. And like a common question you get is, why didn't he join the Fellowship? Because it would have been a lot easier if it was like him and Gandalf leading them. But that's not how it ended up. Are you team elf or dwarf? I think I prefer the dwarves. I've always loved the dwarves. In Lord of the Rings. I like them. The entire, like, you know, conflict between the two races, and there's the Nauglamir, which is this, like, a master-crafted, super amazing necklace that basically the dwarves make for the elves. It's a commission. And when they're finished with it, it's basically so amazing that they say, okay, as payment for having fulfilled this commission, the payment that we want is the necklace that we made. Like, we want the thing we made that you ordered us to make. Not order us to make, that you ordered from us as payment for the work. Which, like, makes no sense. And when they're told no, they murder the king and a bunch of elves, and there's a war. And like the relationship, the bad relationship between them kind of stems a lot from that. And also the fact that I think it's just like a thing with Tolkien where, okay, so the Eruhini, like the elves and the dwarves, they were like made by Eru directly, and they're very like, especially the elves are like very close to his divinity and his divine purpose, and the dwarves don't really have that in the same way, even though he still chooses to give them life. And so I think that probably creates this like fundamental difference between them, where they find it difficult to trust each other. And that's why the legendary friendship of Gimli and Legolas in the Third Age is so legendary, because it's essentially this, like, at the end of magic in Middle-earth, at the beginning of the Fourth Age, it's like that old wound is finally mended, and they travel around together, eventually go to Valinor together. Gimli being the only dwarf, I think, ever who gets to go to the Undying Lands. So, you know, it's cool. I mean, themes for days. It's a really good writer with a lot of ideas, trying to say something and then doing it in like story form, which is all you can ask for. It's so different from, like, the example of the opposite of that I give is always the Da Vinci Code, which people were excited about and thought was a good novel. I think it's trash, because to me it seems to be a series of potentially exciting events happening, but it's not about anything. You know what I mean? Why did Nazgul retreat when they stabbed Frodo? Aragorn just showed up alone to... Yeah, exactly. That's weird, because they kind of build the Nazgul up a lot, and then Aragorn fights them off basically on his own. And I think there's 5 of them at that point. I don't remember exactly why they retreat. I don't remember exactly what happens in the book, but I will tell you this. One thing that happens is, before they reach Weathertop, they're in this swamp. The hobbits and Aragorn, and they see this hill in the distance where Weathertop is located, and in the night there's flashes of light in the night sky and the clouds, and they see these like bangs and arcs of power far in the distance, and it's Gandalf fighting the Nazgul up on Weathertop before they get there. But Aragorn is also like, it's almost like understated. I mean, the fact that he kicks so much ass and kills so many orcs, it feels like he's overpowered, but he is like, you know, he's basically a Númenórean, almost. Like, the blood runs very thick in him. I think he lives to be like 250 years old or something. Like, he's basically almost a Númenórean, and Númenórean is I mean, basically a superhero, right? I mean, skilled at like art, poetry, intelligent, like you wouldn't believe. just physically powerful, reaction speed, muscle, skill at basically everything. I mean, Aragorn is not a guy.
Round two.
And even though, like, you know, Boromir and Faramir and these guys essentially are of the same bloodline or the same, like, race, they don't have that, you know, the blood is not as dense in them, and they're also not of the royal line the way Aragorn is. So, you know, he's supposed to be able to really do damage. And the Nazgul as well, it's weird in that they are, you know, they carry swords and they're very scary in the movies and in the books. Essentially, the first half of the first book is just evading the Nazgul, but they're not fighters. The Nazgul are not really warriors, you know. You're not supposed to, like, gauge their power from their ability to, like, fight Aragorn with a sword. The Nazgul essentially are Freddy Krueger. All of their might essentially stems from whatever fear and despair they are able to, like, inspire with their presence. So, like, when you're around them, you will feel terrible. You will feel isolated and lonely, first of all, which is like a common weapon of the enemies in Middle-earth. And then you overcome that with companionship and fellowship, right? And that's why it matters that it's the One Ring, and that the Lord of the Rings, that Sauron wants dominion over all. He's a singular entity who doesn't share anything and only wants complete dominion. And that is why, you know, fellowship and friendship and caring and connection for others is what's able to overcome it, kind of. But no, they're basically as powerful as you let them be because of their fear, right? Now, to be fair, the Nazgul become more powerful the more of them are around. So when a Nazgul is near another Nazgul, they get a buff, and if there's 3 of them, they get another buff. And there's 5 of them at the same time, so that's significant. And also they become extremely diminished during the day. I mean, to the point where sometimes they basically can't function during the day, and they will kind of, like, wander around and be lost or just not do anything because they don't work well with light. But yeah, 5 of them in the middle of the night, you could make the argument that they should easily fuck Aragorn up. But the other thing is the Witch King stabs Frodo, and then he loses, kind of, at Weathertop. But then at the end of or in the third movie, the Witch King, when he has the helmet, he blows up Gandalf's staff, and he's this, like, now he's super powerful. But what they don't tell you in the film is that between those two events, Sauron has basically shared more of his power and, like, elevated the Witch King. So he's more powerful at that point than he was in the beginning. Like, essentially, Sauron gives him, like, a huge power buff. But the Witch King is like he's a whole thing. He's been around, he's conquered kingdoms, he's basically responsible for Arnor, the kingdom that Aragorn is from, falling to begin with, you know. Because Aragorn, the line of kings that Aragorn is not that of Gondor, but that of Arnor. But those two kingdoms are essentially like twin kingdoms and had the same royal family in the beginning, so that's why he can claim the high kingship of Gondor, but he technically would have been the king of Arnor.
Fight.
Because Elendil, the guy who, you know, Isildur's father, was king of both. Damn, this guy's like creative with his Safin. He's doing kind of wild stuff. I didn't delay it properly, the final hit.
Round 3.
Yeah, enough Lord of the Rings. I could talk about this all night. I probably will if I don't stop. Oh god, that's so cheap. Doing it twice and having the pushback. That's cheap, dude. Finishable. Oh no, oh no. Okay. Oh! Ah! okay, okay. Time to be silent and power up. Strong low parry. Very strong low parry. I would say that was a 1 in 10 low parry right there. Not something I would have expected in a billion years for him to do. You can't do it twice. You can't do it twice, dude. Because if you do it twice, how am I even supposed to, like, cope? I had no idea that you could Scroopman rely on the pushback of Scarecrow 4 to set up itself like that. I hope he does it again. I'm going to punish with down forward 3 and then he's going to be sorry.
Get ready for the next battle.
Neither was Morgoth much of a warrior. Not really. I mean, kind of. He had a big hammer. But he almost got... not almost got owned, but he took damage in, you know, melee combat with an elf. Pretty much the most badass elf ever, but there you go.
Fight.
It's Fingolfin, right? Yeah. Fingolfin just fights Morgoth, which is insane. And I think he hurts him, but then, like, Morgoth, like, just deletes him after that. As he should. I think one thing that's happening is he's being a lot more proactive, so I need to be more proactive. See? As soon as I go into the fray more, I am more successful. Oh god, you bastard! See, I'm definitely still gonna get salty. Whew. It's just a different flavor of salt. Oh, nice raid shard, dude. Damn, every trick in the book, huh? Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
How do you always know? Like, if you have prophetic powers and you can predict literally everything that will ever happen, why are you Emperor rank? I mean, why haven't you taken over the world or whatever? But if you're gonna play Tekken, why do it at Emperor rank? If you have literal prophetic ability, why not just get TGO?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
I ducked against that move thinking it was down back 1+2. That's insane. Like, nobody who's like ever played Zafina ducks against that move. I mean, nobody above Emperor rank ducks that move. Hey, good for you, dude. I knew it. I knew it. I was blocking! What do you mean? I baited that raid chart. I was blocking. What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain it to me. Break it down frame by frame. Because I think you're using software, dude.
Fight.
Well played. Alright, we just have to win 2 rounds. It's not hard. Please raid chart. Thank God. This raid chart didn't magically melt through my guard, so that's good. Like the last one.
Fight.
The luck right now is crazy. The luck right now is crazy. Don't get more luck. Be less lucky. I need you to be less lucky right now so I can win this. Don't punish. You don't know what a punish is. Don't get lucky. I told you don't get that lucky. Don't get lucky. Stop. Ow! Dude, this guy. Game badly designed. Trash game.
This is your fate.
Definitely trash game. But it's not an excuse. It's my fault.
Get ready for the next battle.
Welcome back. No, I told you. It's still going to happen. It's just going to be like a different flavor. And be honest, there's not a single fucking one of you opinionated bastards in the chat who would not get frustrated playing against this. You're seeing what's happening. You guys would be faring a lot worse than I am mentally right now. I feel like my composure is impressive.
Already decided.
Round 1.
Watch me defend this demotion and then kill this guy. It's so easy, dude. I mean, he barely plays Zafina, right? Dude, he's terrifying. He doesn't move like a Tekken player. Like, at all. It's... Oh my god, it's so weird. Oh my god! Oh my god! I've never seen anybody make choices like this. It's like some sort of weird unicorn Zafina. Yeah, he's hyper reliant on the snake edges, the parries. This isn't over, dude. This is not over. I will kill you using fundamentals and skill.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
I'm gonna block one of your shitty snake edges as well. See? I can read you. I see everything. And then her clothes fall off, but I've already seen everything. Just like Patrick Stewart.
Round 4.
See?
Fight.
Oh! He moved out. Nicely done. Alright, he's... You know... I know what this guy is. I figured it out. I would bet money that this guy is an Oscar player. Remember earlier in the stream when I mentioned that the most common setup for reversals with Oscar is on a low, and then they look for while standing 4. He's applying back 1+2 with Zafina in the exact same way. Like, indistinguishable. I think he's an Oscar player, and that's why he's playing weird and, like, moving weird. Because Oscar players don't know anything about the game, you know? They just like big brown Osaka titties, you know? Not this time, dude. He's not going to swing into that. You know he's not. Yeah, he consistently low parries down back 4, which is like almost sus. I'm not going to accuse him of anything, but it's almost sus. Ooh! The down jab! Oh. Hey, good games, dude.
It's your fate.
Good games. Good games. Oh! 15 snake edges, 16 armor moves, but, you know, nice parry. Time to say goodbye to Empress. I'll fucking get it back using nothing but my pinky in the dark. With 2 dicks up my ass and arthritis, okay? It's easy. Just not against some sort of fucking weird wizard doing dumb stuff like that guy. Oh, well played. TTG Zafina. Do you want me to bring the laptop out? Raymond Bynes, I'll show you. I have replays of all the matches I played yesterday, dude. If you doubt me. Don't do this to me! You know, this is actually perfect. He's a 4% lever Italian, by the way. That's an entire dimension to this that I didn't even notice. He's from the trolliest country in Europe, in terms of Tekken, and he's a plugger. Dude, this is like an arcane creature. This guy's from fucking Lord of the Rings.
Fight.
It's fucking Tom Bombadil playing Zafina, dude. Didn't hit me. Cool combo. Let's just play as scrubbily as he is. That should mean I have the advantage, because if we're both Scroopmen but I can actually play, then I have a theoretical advantage.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
I mean, now that I know you're a little cheating Italian, this is like, I'm more motivated than ever. Why do I keep trying that? Just because it's fun when you get all the damage, obviously. Why didn't that punish? I was fast enough. Hey, could this, like, easy win that I'm scoring here happen before I get demoted?
Fight.
Would be nice. Here's the thing, though. We know that he's a plugger. Is he gonna stay if I win? Is he gonna give me the points, or is he gonna peace out? Please don't plug. I need this.
You win.
Get owned.
This is your fate.
Late on the super. Yeah, I was late.
Get ready for the
You have a two. Do I really? Do I have 2% disconnection? Hey, you know what's funny about that FUT red? What's funny about the fact that I have two? Because you guys have seen me play all the games I've played online, basically on this computer today, right? Which means that those 2% are from
fight.
this computer when it like backed up my save information when Yaksa genuinely was my highest rank with Zafina. So I had 2% leave like 4 years ago and it showed back up now. That's funny. Okay, just be better, frame. Backdash, backdash. He parries so many lows. This has got to be like a hotkey that activates low parry software, right? It's some sort of Italian app that they all have, you know? So that they can fucking eat meatballs and cheat in Tekken at the same time. He's also throwing his ass off. But you know. So easy. Could have done it in my sleep. Let me scratch my ass. Whatever. You know. Dude. Am I attacking too much? Is that it? He's like not been unsuccessful with his armor parry a single time against me. Not a single time. He hasn't been unsuccessful a single time. Oh! I think this might be my least favorite Tekken player I've ever played
This
against.
is your fate.
Ever. I mean, we're talking 20,000 plus opponents. Let's go again. He plays like he's in Tekken 8. Yeah, kind of. He obviously doesn't care, you know. Yeah, Nightingale, I mean, you're not fooling anybody with your Russian software, dude. If I actually, unironically accuse anybody of cheating, you'll know. And I'll probably be laughing. Because people actually cheating is funny to me. Me getting low parried because I'm a Skrupman all the time. Software is just the excuse I use, you know. He's playing kind of like perfectly to counter my playstyle, it feels like. And he low parries every low I do.
KO.
Hey, should we test his, should we test if it's a low parry? I don't think it is, but should we test it? Because, you know, there's sophisticated stuff like doing this now. You know, they're not going to low parry all of it because it's too obvious. I don't know, dude. It's a lot of low parries. And you're Italian, and you've got 4% disconnect.
Round 3.
I'll say there's like a 20% chance that he's not legit, but, you know. Nice. Counter it. Gotta blame it on something. Yeah. No, actually, like, the right thing to do is to blame it on nothing, even though there are things to blame. To choose not to blame anything but yourself. Yeah. We definitely have to play a different person. I don't think I could ever beat this guy. Consistently. Because it's just, like, mentally impossible for me. Who should we play instead? We'll give Zafina a break until that guy is like left online, because I have no intention of playing him again. Hey, my Bob's Yaksa. Maybe I'll... Playing his Zafina with my Bob could be funny. Deserved. It's obviously supposed to be like an Azucena outfit, right? With the hat, but it didn't fit him at all. It was too big. And when your hat is too big, you're lame. So no, my outfit was better. What do you think of my Bob outfit, though? It's good, right? If Team M is the Scrupman, are you the Scrupulous man? I mean, for me now, when you're being a scrub, I just say that you're a scrub. Because it's funnier. They're synonymous to me right now. And if you think that main man is the scrub man, based on that initial genesis of that meme, then you have completely misunderstood the situation. We're going to see if there's somebody who actually got it in the chat right now. When the Skrupman thing happened, who was the actual Skrupman? Was it main man or was it somebody else? Let's see if I remember this. I haven't played Bob in months. Knee, exactly, Eustace Kid. Knee is the scrap man. Knee is the scrap man. I mean, no matter how you twist it, that is knee own goaling and getting self-owned so hard that I am surprised he didn't quit the internet in shame. The main man is sitting ugly. He didn't have to do anything. I mean, imagine you're just chilling and then all of a sudden, like, Knee tweets about you and his tweet is, like, embarrassing and he looks like a scrap man and you don't even have to do anything. And now you've got like a funny thing to laugh about. You've got a new donation message for your channel.
Get ready for the next battle.
Nee is the hell Scrubman from the beginning. Because it was an own goal. He self-owned himself really, really hard. Main Man was sitting ugly. He wasn't even on Twitter, probably. He was, you know, I don't know, eating a nice, nutritious banana with Wilhelm in the kitchen. And then 4 hours later, when he wasn't even looking at Twitter, somebody was like, you know, Nee is calling you something. I don't know what he means. It starts with an S. And Main Man's like, what do you mean? What the hell? And he goes online. And then he's like, oh, this is gonna be good. That's what happened. Main Man isn't the Scrub Man. It's Nee. Yeah, I remember this character. Haven't played him in months, but I remember this character.
Fight. Perfect.
Yeah, I remember this character.
Round 3. Fight.
I remember this character. Was that a triple perfect?
New challenge.
Was that a legit online triple perfect? Those are kind of rare.
Get ready for the next battle.
Team M wrote a passive-aggressive response to Nee's tweet. Yeah, that's okay though. That's okay. That still means that Main Man comes out on top. As long as Main Man didn't reply aggressively to the Scrapman tweet, then he's just won. If Nee wrote something and then Main Man replied and then Nee said, "Hella Scrapman," and then Main Man said nothing, he just wins, and it's you know, doesn't change anything. If Main Man like tried to explain himself or try to meme back or whatever, then it's more questionable. Then maybe they're both scrup men in this situation.
Round 1.
But I don't think that's what happened. Oh no, my controller died. That's weird. Browse the Microsoft Store? Damn, is this why you guys told me not to get Windows 11? Here we go. I punish those with this character. I know how to punish with this character, you know? I was blocking, but, you know, maybe that doesn't work in that situation. Dude, do you, like, have a life, or do you mainly do that string? That was the wrong choice. I was not supposed to do an armor move right there.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, this guy's like a high ranker who's memeing with Paul at Yakuza. Okay, I just realized. That changes the whole situation. This isn't how he actually plays, he's just memeing. He's like, look, I'm playing Paul, everybody. Isn't it stupid? It's stupid. Of course it is, it's Paul. Not to be insulting at all, you know, play what you love. But Paul, I think, is unironically, actually, if we're going to talk about Tekken, designed for bad people. But it is weird that he has the back sway. So you, like, I guess it doesn't matter, because if you're, like, a Paul player, you're not going to get good enough that you learn Korean backdash anyway. So, like, it won't matter. Dude, forward dash, forward dash, demo man. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? The snakeage? Who hurt you?
Round 4.
You like Paul? Yeah, I know. He's meant to be the gorilla. It's obvious, but you know. Maybe the game should have a character like that. Who am I to say? Oh! Down 4-2 still broken, I see. Babu!
Final round. Fight.
I didn't fall for that. But he fell for the backswing blow. He can easily kill. He's Paul. He can easily kill. Never mind. Get owned. I was never scared even a little bit. He's up 4-2. Crushes? Yeah, it does.
Get ready for the next battle.
Down 4-2. Perfect. Electric and taunt jet upper are the most wanked off techniques. That's very true. I don't know if down 4-2 is whacked off, because that one, you know, they can't pretend that it's hard to do because it's 2 buttons. It's a magic 4. It's 13 frames, but it's all I need. Keep ducking those, dude. Keep ducking those. Hey, hell sweep.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
He's unironically still doing it. I feel so fat though. I don't feel like I would be able to like easily sidewalk out of that because Bob is so fat. Did you see my jab go through his head? What's even happening now? Harada, are you hacking me in real time? Harada's hacking me in real time. Oh my god, that was so insane.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Nah, this time he baited it. Hey, well done, dude. Where's the demo man? I know you want to do it.
KO.
Alright, should have parried that. Would have been easy. That's the scoop string that Paul's used to end the round when they don't know how. It's the exact same thing as a law player using his 10 string. No duck, huh? Throw spam because you're scared? I get it. Throw spam because you're scared. I've seen it before. Basically every Paul and Huarong in the world.
KO.
Throw spam when they're scared.
Speed and wait.
Yeah, so it turns out that I can neglect Bob for over 2 or 3 months, and he's still better than all my other characters, so that's good. Because he's not in the new game. By far, the character I am the strongest with is not in the new game. Excuse me.
New challenger.
The scrub backdash in Tekken 8. Dude, honestly though, I mean, if you're excited about it and you think it's going to help you, that's great. But here's the thing. Learn the real backdash. Here's the thing. Okay, for like everybody in the chat who doesn't know how to Korean backdash cancel in this game, which is this thing right here. If you don't know how to do this, you can practice it in Tekken 7 and you will be good at doing it in Tekken 8. Because I've played both games, and the fact that I can do it in Tekken 7 just means that I can do it in Tekken 8. It's slightly different in Tekken 8, but it's essentially the same. And I don't like really change anything about how I do it in Tekken 8, it just works. So a major thing you can do to prepare for Tekken 8 right now is you can go into Tekken 7 and you can just learn how to Korean backdash. Or you can get the demo and you can learn how to backdash in that. Your hand hurts after 10? Yeah, well, don't do... You will never need 10 in a row. You can do 10 in a row if you want to, but you will never need... Essentially, you will never need more than 2. If you can do 1, this right here is huge. Look at all the space I'm creating and how fast I'm creating it. Raven is going to do like a 4 or 2 right here. Boom. You know? This thing right here, this is not a playstyle. Some people play like this, you know... damaged Kazuya players and boring Asuka players, they will like play like backdash, 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 something back. That's not the point. People are not who tell you that you should learn Korean backdash are not saying that you should play like that. If you can do 1 or 2 in a row, you know how to do 90%, 99% of all the backdashing you will ever have to do. Because the main thing about the Korean backdash cancel is not to constantly create all this space. Because then, unless you're on an infinite stage, and infinite stages don't exist in the new game, all you're doing is walking yourself into the corner. You're really trying to induce whiffs, right? So this guy switched to his Kazuya. Let's see if it's any better than his fall. See? 1 backdash, 2 backdashes. And you tie it together, by the way, with sidestepping, forward dashing, all this other stuff. So if you do 2 or 3 backdashes, you're going to do like a backdash and then like an attack, or like 2 backdashes and then you sidewalk, you know? So you're not constantly... Me too, like I've done a lot of backdashes talking about them right now. My hand is getting a little bit stiff. A few seconds from now it's going to be fine again. So yeah, you get tired when you're practicing it, but that's because you're practicing doing many of them in a row. The classic thing, this is something Rip said, you know, before he was like breaking embarrassing Tekken figurines on stream, trying to advertise them for a living, when he was doing character guides for like Tag 2. He said, with any kind of movement you're trying to learn, go for 1, then go for 2, then go for 3. And once you can do 3 in a row, now you just have it. And that's something that I heard. He was talking to like MYK in one of those old, you know, character guides. And that's something that I believed and took to heart. And it's it turns out he was absolutely right, and that was good advice. Definitely. Try and get 1 clean, then go for 2, then go for 3. You don't have to go for 4. If you can do 3 in a row, you can do it now. And you also like never have to do the same movement technique more than 3 times in a row. Like not even a wave dash really. Most of the time you're doing 1 or 2 or 3.
KO. Speed and wait.
Hey, what's up, main owl?
Get ready for the next battle.
Did it take learn to long to learn KBD on pad? Kind of yes. I'll be honest with you. What happened was I learned how to do the backdash reasonably well, but I was kind of still messing it up. So I just had to keep on attempting it, and eventually, like, it got better and better and better. So I learned how to do kind of like a dirty, not super reliable one, and then I forced myself to implement that and like try and do it in matches. But my main thing is, for like, if you watch me, I do a lot of like single Korean cancels. Right? I do one and then I do, you know, I dash in, or, you know, I dash block or something. But it's kind of like how I learned Japanese in a way. I got like reasonably good at it watching like anime when I was a wee lad, and then, you know, I kept exposing myself to Japanese. Not Japanese people. I didn't expose myself to them. I mean, unless they asked me to. It's happened, but it was, you know, completely above board, whatever. Don't know why I did that. I kind of thought he would be caught by it. But then, like, gradually you just improve the technique and the cleanliness of it. And then one day you just realize that you are good at it. And then you make a YouTube guide on how it's done so other people can learn.
Fight.
That's how it goes. That's the circle of life. Okay, get up 3. Didn't realize this was green ranks, but well played. Oh, I countered it so broken.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. Not bad.
Damn, I can speed run these ranks without looking with Bob, but I'm like struggling with Aliza and Zafina. Oh, I hope there's Bob DLC so I can be good in Tekken 8. We have Shaheen, but nobody asked for him.
Round 1.
I don't know if it's like that Namco are... They don't want to get criticized for not including the Middle Eastern character that they, you know, implemented. You know, it's less representation in the new game. I don't know if that's why we have Leo and Shaheen, but I don't dislike either of those characters. I'm happy they're in. Okay, good for you. How, like, what difference do you think that's gonna make? You scored the unblockable. Do you think you're gonna beat me? Seems unlikely, right? Punish, good punish. Oh no! Who's faster? Nicely done. He likes get up 3. It's a very scruffy way to get up, but you know, he's doing it at the right times. I mean, it's the scruffy way to get up. Yeah. I would have been able to get around him easily if I were Zafin or Elisa right there, but not on Bob. Because he's fat. Oh. What a whiff. What a whiff. And I low parried as well. And it didn't happen. Okay. All right. 3-0. Easy 3-0 right here. Watch me. That's not a good start. That's not a good start. Do it again. Yeah, just keep doing hell sweeps, dude. It's not like it can be dealt with. Except by ducking. Why did I do the launcher? That's so dumb. Hey, good games with this guy. Back to Zafina. I think that weird unicorn guy is gone now, so we can play again. Or I actually want to play Elise. I got peer pressured into not playing her. Sadie is like very low rank though. Hey, good games, dude. Loose quitting. Yeah, I loose quit. Sorry, dude. Well played, though. I felt like switching characters.
New challenger.
Have you checked out the story trailer? Yeah. I mean, it was wonderfully generic. Wonderfully generic. It was exactly the trailer that they would make. Damn. Look at the jiggle physics on Elisa's robot tits in this outfit.
New challenger.
That's crazy. It doesn't even make sense in the lore that she has jiggly tits. Yeah, I have watched the story trailer, JD Valentine. I thought it was, you know, it's anime, it's melodramatic anime stuff, you know, it's what you'd expect.
Round 1. Fight.
Damn. Mighty Gembus are going to do that move? Or that combo? Dude, if you just didn't go for, like, the big launcher, you could have beaten me.
Fight.
Oh, he does that, like, every time? Let's bait it out and launch it. Let's get him into peekaboo and make him like do that big launcher again. Didn't launch him, but he did it again. The Rage Stripe hit. That's magical. I think I want to stick with Elisa, even though like I'm obviously not as good with her as with my other characters. When I was getting higher ranks with her, like a week ago, it felt amazing, and she is definitely the character I want to play the most in T8 right now. So maybe this is part of like my new, more like spiritual and positive approach to the game, forcing myself to play the character I want to play, even though I'm weaker with her. And then maybe I'll focus on learning, like a good boy. See, now I'm gonna launch it because I've seen it so many times. It's the only thing you do from the stance, dude. You need to mix your options. Low, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna play. I've decided I'm gonna play Elisa in the new game, even though like my Bob could destroy my Elisa. Didn't Jin own Elisa? I don't know. She's just kind of lying around in some sort of storage unit, I think.
Get ready for the next battle.
They made her to serve Jin? Really? Androidicals, dude. 3 Dizzle. Androidicals is a brilliant name for like robot boobs. Damn, she's got Androidicals in the front. And then she's got an Androidodongo in the back. Does Elisa have a big fat ass? I don't think so. I haven't checked. Genuinely. I mean, she does in the Elisa art that I drew and put on my fridge, but I don't know if they're, you know, it's big in game. Yeah, this is the character I want to play.
Round 2. Fight.
That's a homing move, so you can't do anything. Like, even at this rank, Brian is like winning for free because broken moves. It's crazy. And he's playing exactly like a Tekken God Brian. The duck into the wild standing 4 right there, the hatch to kick. Like there's, and yeah, back 1 into homing move. This is identical to TTG level Brian. Identical.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, I guess this guy is kind of like higher ranked than this. Maybe he picked up Brian recently because he wants to play him in the new game or something. GG's. Fighting GM thinks Brian is scrubby and overrated in difficulty. Damn. There's a really good known player who agrees with me? That's crazy. Damn, Fighting GM? What a cool guy. What a cool guy. I don't know if he's a cool guy. It's going to turn out that I say that and then he's like, you know, he doesn't like black people or something. You have to be careful. Like, you want to say you like people and you want to be positive about others, but these days, that's dangerous, dude. You don't want to endorse somebody. It's like, you know, I want to be on Tanakana's side, but I don't know if she likes gay people. I heard she doesn't. I don't know if it's true. Great shot. Really? Alright, I'll sidewalk that. Look, her sidewalk is like the best in the game, right? And it does work. You see how much work it does? And then Brian has like nothing but homing moves and it like shuts it down. Good block. Bad punish.
Round 3. Fight.
Good block. Damn, I'm loving this new computer, you guys. It's amazing.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fighting GM thinks all of Tekken Execution is a joke compared to 2D. That's another extremely fresh and new opinion, and spontaneously when I hear it, I don't completely disagree. Now, I don't know. A lot of the really difficult execution stuff that you can do in Tekken, I don't do because it's not in the characters that I play. But obviously when I play 2Ds, because those are in my fighting games, the things you have to do seem harder to me. But I'll say this, I think doing like a reasonably optimal combo in Guilty Gear Strive with like Faust is harder than like most combos you can do in Tekken. I think that might be true. It's just interesting when you hear an opinion that obviously isn't an echo, right? Because it's not that common. I mean, you shouldn't have a bad opinion for the sake of it. Like, when I have controversial opinions, they are what I actually believe, you know? I do think, for example, Kazuya has an exceedingly oversimplified game plan and moves that are too strong. But the fact that fighting Gem, one of the best Tekken players, like, Tekken execution is way easy. That's like, okay, let's at least hear him out. And spontaneously, it doesn't sound completely wrong, at least. That's punishable, dude. Don't do Northern Cross when you have no health left. You don't need timing. It's true that most things are very bufferable in this game, so there's that. But like, yeah, like a long 2D combo when like every single move pretty much is a special cancel and there's timing all over the place. Yeah, it's hard. Like combos in Guilty Gear Strive, if you're playing Melia Rage, for example, another character I tried, it's hard. Now, it could be hard because I don't play 2Ds and I'm mainly a Tekken guy. But it could be hard because it's hard. Easier in basics, punishment, movement, mashing buttons. Seryu. I don't know what a Seryu is, KMA, but here's the thing. Learn how to fucking spell words before you try and be fun in my chat.
Round one. Fight.
How you doing, LKMA? Having easily one of the best streams of my life. I'm enjoying this a lot, and it's like, I don't know, yeah, this is the texture that I'm gonna shoot for in the future. That's more damage. Nice, that was a good whiff punish and launch, dude. That was good. This guy obviously plays real characters, not just Brian, who isn't a real character. He's a win for Free Simulator. Future looking bright, hell yeah. I should reread the, what's the name of that? There's a book about like the danger of self-identifying and basing your happiness on a new possession. It's about this guy who gets a new coat. It's like called The Coat. I think it might be Dostoevsky. It's embarrassing that I don't know this, but it's either Dostoevsky or Kafka. I don't know how to combo off of that. I just decided to try it, you know. GG's. Stream is looking kind of pixelated. Yeah, but that's an issue with my settings. I mean, for me, it's looking absolutely amazing, and there's like no slowdown or whatever. So it might be, I mean, it might be YouTube or whatever. I also haven't like done all my OBS or Streamlabs setting yet. The only thing I did was I increased the bit rate to like 6,000 because I wanted it to have decent quality.
New challenger.
I watch dub anime. Hey, LK mate. Okay, yeah, I'll give it up. As Eris would say, you did actually manage to be funny right there. That does upset me. I don't even watch anime, but it upsets me that there are people who watch anime dubbed. Because for me, it kind of removes an essential element that was the most interesting part, sort of, to me. You know, I was interested in the language. And then they go, don't think you can defeat me with these moves and don't make me laugh. And it's like, and I'm not knocking the voice actors. They do a fine job. It just doesn't work. It's so cringe. Like, if you think about anime and what's happening, it's always cringe. There's like no anime that isn't cringe. Gintama is very rarely cringe. But it's because it's like a meta anime that comments on other anime being cringe. Same thing with One Punch Man. You know? Animes that are like making fun of anime are the only ones that I manage to take, you know, seriously these days. But, you know, I still want to know, you know, when I heard there was a new admiral in One Piece and his name was Green Bull, I wanted to know, you know, what his powers were. I wanted to see who he was going to fight and how strong he was. I cared, you know. They get you with the stuff and the things.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
My Elise is Suzuki rank.
Round 3.
Fear me.
Fight. Perfect. You lose.
Hey Noxapple, you mainly lurk. That's okay, dude. I think most people do. I usually have like, right now I have like 60 viewers. I might have like between 50 and 100. And then, but there's like 20 people in the chat, so. What's my favs? My favorite animes? My favorite animes that I've like ever seen. I really liked one called Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, which was like a weird anime about this teacher whose students are all like severely mentally ill. And they're like super weird. And there's like a hint in the name of the different students, the characters, to what their like ailment is. So there's like a hikikomori, and her name is Komori Kiki. And there's like a girl who has like severe OCD, and her name is Chirikits. So like Kichiri. So like, if you're interested in the Japanese language, it's interesting, and it was animated in like a weird way. It was very tongue-in-cheek. It was just interesting, and I really liked that one. Thinking about it now, it is kind of annoying that it ends up being some sort of romance between a teacher and a high school student in a way. It doesn't really go that way that far, but it kind of did in the manga, I think. And the kind of like, you know, rampant, just like fucking pedophilia in anime and manga gets that's one of those where it's like it takes me out of it, and I struggle to be interested anymore. It was the same thing with that one, Bakemonogatari. I thought that one looked awesome. It like was well animated. It was kind of interesting. You know, it had really good sound design. And then there's like a weird scene where he mouth fucks his like very young sister, and she's like coming with her mouth because he's like brushing her teeth for her on a bed. And then there's another, and then the other big scene is when there's the ghost of a preschooler, like a preschooler, I think. I mean, I think she's, I don't know, canonically what, 8 or whatever in the story. The main character makes out with her, like straight out, like makes out with her. And so I couldn't watch that anymore, even though it was pretty cool, you know, for the most part. But my favorite animes, I liked Zetsubou Sensei. I liked. There's another one called Joshiraku, which was like from the same people. That's weird. It's just 5. There's a kind of sort of traditional stand-up comedy in Japan known as Nakugo, and it's about 5 Nakugoka, like 5 ladies sitting in a room talking about things, and that's the whole show. They're just sitting at a table talking, which I thought was kind of refreshing. But okay, for real, like favorite animes of all time. Okay, Bleach is on there for like the shonen anime. Nothing comes close for me. I loved Bleach, still do, even, you know, for all its faults. I think it has a superior protagonist to any shonen anime or manga ever. Because Naruto and Goku and Luffy, they are essentially the exact same character. They're dumb, they're all about my friends, they eat a lot, they're this like image of youthful but ultimately like low intelligence innocence of like a young Japanese boy. And it's generic and very boring. I think Luffy, I mean, for all the love I have for like the world of One Piece and the characters of One Piece, Luffy is a terrible fucking character. And he's honestly, for me, like the weak point of that entire show, especially now where he's like turning into Sonic the Hedgehog and having like fluffy white hair, and like the whole Gear 5 thing looks terrible. Looks terrible and ruined the Kaido fight completely. It was like the worst thing they've ever done with that show, in my opinion, pretty much. But Ichigo is different, and he's much more palatable to me. So Bleach is 1. And then Mushishi is 1, and then the third one would be, like, if I'm going to give a top 3, it's Mushishi and Bleach and... What's my third pick? That's hard. Maybe Gintama, honestly. So it's like 2 shonen anime in like my top 3. But Gintama's good. Cowboy Bebop, yeah, Cowboy Bebop's good. It's like, I don't know. My generation of anime watchers, Samurai Champloo almost become... Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop became like almost too much of a thing. And most of us spent like 10 years of our lives listening to Nujabes all the time. So that whole like vibe and aesthetic got old eventually. Hajime no Ippo, Fullmetal Alchemist, Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho. The 1990s Hunter x Hunter is cool. Dude, Futrit, you're sniping so hard. What do you think you're gonna do to me with Marduk? You don't play Marduk, dude. Maybe you do. Wow, he went for it. Definitely broke it. Middle? That's controversial. Have you seen Heavy Metal? Yeah, Heavy Metal's great. Heavy Metal is like it's almost like a trip movie, you know? I don't consider that anime though, but it's really good. Yeah, I like Heavy Metal. I like Heavy Metal. I like Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, anything with Tim Curry is high tier.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Was ducking and did a wild standing launcher because I knew you would throw. Watch the replay. Was ducking. Yeah, and he's gonna not do it a third time, but he's gonna do it in the third round. See, that's what I get for hitting me with my 1+2 throw. You get 2 full combos for yours, but you know, swings and roundabouts, right?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Should duck those. Really should duck those. Oh, that's sick. I didn't know you could jab me out of that like that. Never had it done to me before. Alright, GG's Futret. Marduk is dead canon? Is he really? Young Tuberculosis, is that true? Delete Marduk from the game and everyone's memory. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Marduk as a character design overall has potential. He just needs to be like much, 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 much worse.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh! Did you see how close I was to getting that hop kick?
Round 2.
You're so lucky, Fut, right?
Fight.
Definitely intentional, right? Intentional balloon? Should have punished. Not gonna get it. Yeah,
KO.
I wasn't gonna get it.
Round 3.
Why is he sniping so hard? Oh, that's not punishable, right? Just should be. Oh, that hitting grounded is broken. That hitting grounded is broken. Yeah, but Marduk is like known for being the. I think he's the. Do we agree that he's the hardest you can be carried in this game, right? He's got to be the hardest carry character in the game, right? So there's essentially not a single person that likes him, and so Marduk players almost have to like pretend when they play him that they're doing it ironically. If that makes sense. It's almost like they do like all the throws and the memes because they kind of have to pretend like I troll you with my Marduk, haha, you're salty, but it's actually just kind of embarrassing that they picked him and you know the rank is fake and it's a waste of time. So I mean, if you're gonna kill a character, I mean, kill the overpowered balance issue that nobody loved. Makes perfect sense to me. Right? If you're gonna remove or kill one character canonically, I think Marduk is the perfect choice. But you know, he might have an anime waifu daughter in the next game. Marduka. She's got a hell sweep. She's Marduk, but she has a hell sweep and an electric. How about that? And in the trailer, she goes Musk, and then everybody buys her because she's DLC. I just think he's cool. Yeah, I mean, there are cool things about him, but the gameplay design of Marduk is just unacceptable to the point where, like, I don't think there's any other character in the entire game, except there's one exception, Huarong. Huarong and Marduk are the only like hard carry characters in the game that are so unacceptable that even the people that play them apologize, agree, and are embarrassed. Like, I've had Huarong players go like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. The Huarong players were the fucking worst, and the character's a joke, I know. But I just like him. Huarong players and Marduk players will say that, right? Like, I don't think there's a single person in the world who denies that Marduk is, like, pretty much the hardest you can be carried, and just a complete failure of game design on Namco's part. I don't think anybody disagrees. So yeah, that's the character you kill in the new game, definitely. And good games for it. I know I'm talking about Marduk, but it's got nothing to do with the match we just had. It's just, you know, how most of us have been feeling for, like, you know, years. Marduk's balanced, bro? Okay. You're forgetting Kunimitsu. I am forgetting Kunimitsu. Kunimitsu is also like top 3 hardest carry characters, but I don't think the difference between Marduk players and Huarong players and Kunimitsu players is that Kunimitsu players think it's fine. They have no problem with her. They're not sorry for playing Kunimitsu. They're just like, you know, they're like watching anime and it's like, oh, she's my favorite voice actor. I loved her in, you know, Boku no Picnic School Panic Season 2. When they went to the beach in the OVA. And the guy almost saw somebody's nipples and he had a nosebleed that was so powerful that he shot off like a rocket. That was my favorite part. I'm going to play this character, you know. That's the level.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh no! Down back, or down, yeah, down back 3. Yeah, there you go. Do it again. Oh, he's mixing it with the safe mid launcher that he shouldn't have.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Roland, yeah, good point. That is the worst part about Kuni players. That's such a good point. The worst part about Kuni players is how cool they think Kuni is. Exactly. That's my entire point about Brian. I don't have that huge of a problem with him. It's just like everybody else is acting like he's this like hyper advanced, super cool character. And he's just like a basic mashing character with broken moves that you could play with your left foot, you know, and you don't even have to be Daniel Day-Lewis. Just like that? Okay.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Elisa's head throw is the funniest in the game. Well, the funniest throw of all time is Miharu. That throw is excellent, dude. I've watched like the entire video of her doing it on all the characters, like several times, just because it's so funny, dude. Miharu's command grab is like the best throw in Tekken history. Feng is the most carried character. He's up there. I think he's top 5. Top 3 is like Kuni, Marduk, Huarong, Feng, and like... who else? The selfie throw, yeah. It's excellent, dude. The selfie throw is excellent.
Round 1.
It's a lot of good throw stuff in Tag 2. That game had like a lot of humor, but it was like it totally worked as far as I'm concerned. He high crushed. That was crazy. Well done, dude. GG's. Do a down back 3. Do a down back 3. Do a down back 3. I know you want to. You're thinking about it. That was the best. Elisa has the best sidewalk in the game. Did you see that? And he followed me all the way around and hit me at a 108, not even a 90-degree angle, 180-degree angle to where I was when he started animating. That is crazy.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, of course. If they start losing, now they're going to do the snake egg. Oh, there was such an obvious low by me. He was going to block it 100%. I should have mixed it in mid. Definitely. My bad. Nice, dude. Yeah, way too much damage. Your character is a joke, but that was well done. That time I predicted it and blocked it, but I didn't punish properly.
Fight.
Oh, why am I punching with wild stunning for? Finally blocking snake edges and I'm messing up the punish. Oh! Saved by the wall, huh? Nice! Yeah, I messed up. It's insane that I even, like, sorry, I know it sounds like dumb, but like losing at this rank. But, you know. Look at him struggling at Suzuki. Yeah, exactly my point, LKMA. You can't underestimate these bad players. They're really good.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, keep doing snake edges. Keep doing snake edges, dude. Watch me not struggle this time.
Round 2. Fight.
So broken. Look at the damage already. That is so broken, dude. Oh, thank God. That was going to kill me. guy's dangerous.
Fight.
That time I didn't struggle. Feng is top 3, do you really think so? I don't know. Feng he's top 5 carry, probably top 10 in the game, but... Okay, so let's think of 3 characters that are definitely better than Feng, even though Feng is way too good. Akuma's better than Feng, but he's not a character, so he doesn't really count. Geese is way better than Feng, also not a real character who doesn't really count. Is Kuni better than Feng? They're kind of similar. I think Kuni might be even better.
Round 1. Fight.
Hey, I remember I'm supposed to do the poking playstyle with this character. That's what carried me to like higher ranks. Like this stuff right here. This is how you play. See? I'm doing way too much like crazy stuff. I need to bring it back to like down back 3 and 1-2s. And then only launch when they make mistakes. That was going to be a snake edge for sure. Oh.
Time up. Round 2.
Feng and Kuni are the easiest too, yeah. I think Kuni might be easier than Feng though. Feng, you kind of have to know a couple of things. There you go.
Round 3.
The game looks so good right now and it's running so smooth. It feels amazing. It's so much fun to stream this game when the computer is really good. And I can't wait to do the same thing in Tekken 8 with this character. Like, I know I struggle with Elisa still a little bit, but it's what I want to do. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. Top 1 is Feng? Yeah. I mean, you could make that argument. I think Jin is even better, though. I think Jin is even better, but... Yeah, he's up there. I think it's like Jin... Kisakuma, Kuni. Dragunov struggles against Feng? Yeah, probably. But I think most characters struggle against Feng. Probably very few characters that have like a good matchup against, because he's like fundamentally good. Not that you need fundamentals to play him, that's not what I mean. It certainly doesn't hurt if you're a very good player playing Feng. Trust me, it definitely helps. Whereas I feel like with Kun it probably doesn't matter. You could be like the best player in the world or completely new, it's kind of the same thing. But what I say that he's like fundamentally good, what I mean is his like frame data is just constantly way too advantageous, right? So as long as he's just doing things, he ends up in very good situations the whole time. on hit, on block, and whenever he's on block, he has a get out of jail free card, kind of like Law. But Law takes, when Law gets out of jail free, he takes a risk every time, kind of, you know. I don't feel like Feng takes a risk in the same way. He just gets out and then he's back to attacking. So it's kind of like it's never not his turn type of a character.
Round 3. Fight.
Hey, good choice, good walk. Look at these like seppuku rank players. They're all really good. Everybody's good, dude. When did that happen? You know what it is? I think it's like high ranker privilege. You know, you get to like the top ranks and you just sit there and play other people who are at those ranks and you just assume that everybody who was below you is like way worse. But they're like way closer to us in skill than you think. Like, if I played this guy at Tekken God rank right now, I wouldn't be like, are you sure he's Tekken God? Looks sus. Like, I wouldn't think that. Just be another Feng at that rank. I guess he doesn't backdash much, but, you know.
You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Brian's frames plus safer. Elisa is weaker than Feng. Oh yeah, definitely. Elisa is way weaker than Feng, of course. He has an advantage over you. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. I mean, if you look at his prowess, he is higher ranked than this. He has 320,000. But this guy does not have a TGP. So, even though his character, yes, is way stronger than mine, he's not at a disadvantage. I have probably way more experience playing the game. And I'm currently, like, pseudo-smurfing, right? So I wouldn't. It would be disingenuous to say that this is happening and he has an advantage over me. His character is definitely better than mine, but he doesn't have an advantage. He knows how to duck that though. Like, he knows stuff. He's not bad. Definitely not. I don't think he's bad at all.
Fight. You win.
Steve is amazing at top level of play. Maybe. I don't understand Steve that well. I just think his blocking is like extremely oppressive. He's so good at blocking.
Round 1. Fight.
I think I'm really looking forward to this like chip damage playstyle that I'm predicting for Elisa in the new game. Because I like the chainsaws. I think the chainsaws are pretty damn strong right now. And they're better in the new game. I think they're going to be like very important to Elisa. Oh, what a whiff. What a whiff punish. Well done. See, he punished that perfectly. This guy's good, right? And he's like Sakakaki rank. That's weird. Tekken 7 ranks are weird. But it could just be like the nature of the Tekken 7 system where like the difference between higher level and lower level is like tiny, you know? And even though skill matters, there's a lot of randomness. So when like there are these tiny differences in a lot of randomness, even though somebody's like way lower ranked than you, it can still be reasonably even. I think that's probably the best explanation for it. Oh god, okay. Oh, it hit him. This is final round. I gotta focus up. Don't walk into the corner frame. There you go. Get space. Oh! That was a punishable move. Why didn't it work? GG's, Feng guy. Your rank only reflects how much you played. That's not true at all. I see what you mean, and it's true to an extent, but it's not true at all. No, it isn't. There are people with tens of thousands of games who never get to blue ranks. There are people with very, very few games on like an underpowered character who get top ranks quite quickly, which is down to talent and affinity and stuff like that. But it's also like how you think, how you play, how you try and learn all these things. It's not like in World of Warcraft. That's a game where World of Warcraft is like the amount of achievements you have, the amount of things that you own, the amount of, even for the most part, like raids that you've cleared is how much time you've spent in the game. Obviously you have to like try and get into raid groups and like do the raids, and you know, you can't be dumb and stand in the fire. But in World of Warcraft, it's like, if I want to go get like a bunch of achievements now and go achievement hunting, it's just going to be time, you know? Go back to old expansions, clearing all these dungeons with some sort of special requirement, looting gear that I don't have. That's like, you know, time spent. Tekken is like, you know, time spent definitely matters, but rank is still it's still a thing. Even though it's not like, definitely not perfect and definitely not like the best indication of skill. It's just the only one that we have. He's gonna do the snake itch right there. Oh! Okay, that doesn't work in that combo. I just learned that. Good duck! How did he know about the duck?
Round 2. Fight.
Call that move is so crazy for Anna. I think an Anna might have an advantage, even if she's lower rank. Because it's just, they can attack really without worrying much. And then I have to play perfectly or lose. That's kind of the Anna matchup. They can do blah, 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 blah. And then if you manage to like dodge perfectly like a ninja, you can win easily. But that's a tall order in this game. Okay, I don't get that. Okay. Damn. Yeah, Anna is Anna. Leave it. Don't get into it, you know. Don't want to get caught complaining too much again, but yeah, Anna is definitely Anna. Good block. He can easily do this. He only needs like one snake edge in the rage drive. He can easily do this. Now he can definitely do it. Yeah. The insanity of Anna, dude. The insanity that is Anna.
My pleasure.
Oh god, okay, let's go again. Anna's more about mix-ups. I don't think that's true. Anna is a constant stream of mix-ups, but she's more about the attacks themselves impacting too fast, having too much range, having to crush properties that are too good, and then doing way too much damage. Like, Anna is one of the few characters in the game where you can cut the damage that she deals in half, and she would probably be be dealing above average damage anyway. She deals like Huarong damage. It's absolute insanity. Anna's damage is like, it's not a joke, it's the joke, right? And so as long as you're like throwing actual bazooka missiles at your opponent 50 times a second, like I said, either they like know exactly what to do and do it perfectly, which is almost impossible, or you just win because you like, you know, you kill with 2 hits. So yeah, I have a huge issue with Anna. I really do. Yeah, there you go. It's that damage, it's the snake edges, it's the throws, it's the strings, it's the evasion, it's the armor, it's the rage strike, it's the full crouch launcher, and then on top of that you have like, you know, rage shards, gimmicks, throws. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. That thing being safe is also a joke. Damn lag, huh? Oh, he's Wi-Fi. I think you get a lot of Wi-Fi Annas. I think that might be deliberate because it's another one of those characters that genuinely does power up on Wi-Fi significantly. Like Wi-Fi Anna is hella dangerous. It's like Wi-Fi Paul and Wi-Fi Law kind of. But I think she does more damage than both of them.
Round 4. Fight.
more damage than Paul. I think she does more damage than Paul.
Get ready for the next battle.
I kind of like her too, though. Like her look. Her look in this game is excellent. That black dress. When she came out as DLC and had that dress, she looked cooler than ever, dude. Anna's cool looking. She's definitely the more inspired, more like spicy, fun to look at Williams. You know, Nina, she looks pretty cool. I mean, from a visual standpoint in the new game with the glasses and the guns. I mean, but up until now, Nina has been like the single most boring thing to look at in the world. Not in the game, but like in the world. Like her like generic blonde ponytail purple catsuit outfit. I mean, it doesn't get boringer, right? So Anna is definitely spicier and more fun to like look at. Dude,
KO.
do you want to like not attack for like half a second?
Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Good duck. Oh, still safe. It's like I keep trying to punish it because the fact that that move is safe is just too incredible to be true. Oh look, the joke stuff is starting. The fucking joke stuff is starting. Oh god, oh god. A comedian, huh? Whoo! Let's go. We can do it. That was unintentional. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. Insanity.
You lose.
Coolest looking Tekken girl? No, 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 no. Not even close. Not even close to the coolest looking female character. She's cooler looking than Nina. She's reasonably cool looking. But Zafina is cooler. Katarina is cooler. Who else is cooler? Lydia is cooler. Kazumi is definitely cooler. Kazumi is cool as a cucumber, dude. Kazumi is awesome. She just, you know, needed a proper story written for her and, you know, not have Flash Punch combo and be a more interesting character. But Kazumi's ice cold, dude.
Fight.
But, I mean, Anna is let down by the playstyle she has and the moves that she does. It is very cancerous, you know. I don't think calling it a good mix-up is, like, doing justice to what it actually is.
KO.
It's more like 5 50-50s a second and both moves are launchers. That's more like it. Nice down for too, though. Again, he's playing really well for like a Sakuki. I could have killed right there. The
Round 3.
backup one would have been guaranteed at that range.
KO.
楽しかったです
Reina, everyone else. I really don't agree, Kwang Bei. I know a lot of people are very excited about Reina, but for me, she missed the mark completely. But like personally, I don't think it's a bad design. It's not like I don't understand why people think she's cool. It's just like I've seen a lot of 16-year-old purple anime girls in my time, and it doesn't exactly feel original anymore. Lydia felt kind of original. It's a shame about the way she played as well. She was awesome. Like, Lydia is awesome, dude. Oh, God.
KO.
More back one. We need more back one.
Fight. Round 3.
Another thing about like not getting super salty or like overexcited when you play the game is like you can keep playing the same opponent and gradually learn, and you're not like progressively getting shittier in the same way. Like, I'm not scared of losing to this guy anymore. And you kind of ruin your ability to do that, I think, a little bit if you're like gonna get super tilted or something, Really fashionable clothes. I don't know what she's wearing in this outfit right here. Her normal. This is also a generic sort of Japanese trope. You will have the secret agent femme fatale in the Chinese dress with the collar, and it's typically exactly that color with a floral pattern. So it is also like very derivative, but it's at least less so than Nina. I guess Josie's pretty cool as well. It's a shame about the crying, but shoutouts to the Josie boys. Shoutouts to Ultra Instinct Josie. My Ultra Instinct Josie is officially my the person I look up to now as a content creator. No joke, I'm gonna try and be more like him. Leroy, huh? Brown butt Josie. Yeah, we can only speculate. She might have, one of those sexy tans where only the butt is like not as dark. Damn, the Josie players hadn't even considered that. I just blew their minds and their loads. They just blew all their loads, dude. Imagining Josie with a only partially brown butt.
KO. Round
12 win streak, dude. This guy's strong. If you turtle up, I'm just gonna like start throwing and stuff, dude. If you try and turtle up, I'm just gonna like Nice, okay, again. The carry is crazy on this generic Leroy combo. The carry was kind of crazy.
Round 3. Fight.
Couldn't sidewalk because the wall was in the way. Should have known. It's punishable. Oh no, too early.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Nice, okay. Okay. Can you get the wall with your broken wall carry? Probably, right? I guess that ender doesn't really set him up for like a good wall conversion, really. What's happening right now? Okay, that was very strange, but I'll take it. Good games, dude. Which characters in Tekken 8 have hell sweeps but aren't Mishimas? Leroy has one. Well, it depends on what you mean by a hell sweep. In my opinion, a hell sweep always comes out of a crouch dash. If it doesn't come out of a crouch dash, it's a falling leaf. But if you're counting falling leaves as hell sweeps, then Leroy has one. Leo has one. Zafina doesn't have one. Elisa has one, but only from flying chainsaw stance, which is not the same thing as actually having one, so don't get too excited. It's good, but it's not a hell sweep. You thought that was launch punishable? Sorry, dude. Yeah, who else has it? I mean, apart from Mishima's, Reina has one, obviously. It doesn't knock down, but it looks very good. Devil Jin has a crazy one now that it's like... It was like one of the most problematically designed moves in this game, and now it has like 5 more hits and can summon projectiles and go into stances and stuff. I mean, there's the potential for that move being pro-blum, but... I don't know, who else has it? Az has one, right? Doesn't Az have one? Damn, he's getting like really passive now. Sorry, dude. 4 seconds, what can you do? I can stall for time with a missile, right?
Time up. Round 3. Fight.
Must be nice to have that. I mean, that is Leroy's heavily nerfed orbital. It must be nice. Whenever you're in any situation, just do it and you might get a launch. That is good risk-reward ratio. Right there. Run up slowly, stop, think about things for a while, and then do hell sweep. That's an interesting strat, dude. I'm gonna let him come to me. I feel like I'm more successful when I do that. Alright, good for you. It's not going to win you the round, though.
KO.
楽しかったです
Get ready for the next
Miguel, best waifu. Yeah, that's true. Miguel, unironically, like one of the coolest fighting game characters of all time. Miguel is just awesome. He has this thing where he like feels more like a plausible human than most of the cast, but he's still like way too big and muscular and crazy looking. Oh, of course, okay. Finish it, yeah. I knew he was gonna do it one time, not finish it, and then one more time and finish it, because he did that last time. And he was successful, so he remembered it. But so did I. Ooh, the French champagne. Okay. Not Hell Sweep again, right? Of course. Come on, man. He has more moves. He has more moves than up for 3+4 in Hell Sweep.
round 3. Fight.
Good duck. That's still guaranteed as insanity.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Still don't know the combo for that. I should learn it. I should definitely learn it. Good block. Oh, he's got the life lead. That's a problem. Hey, good block, dude. But here's the thing. When I was new at the game and not very good, I used to block lows and then try and punish with throws. And it's like one of the, I don't know, it's a bad habit that new players pick up. I really recommend you work that out of your repertoire as soon as you can. Because it's like an extremely bad idea. It's leaving damage on the table and it's never going to work against like anybody. I mean, it worked against me because I'm a scrub man, but you know, actual high rankers are going to kick your ass if you play like that. Now, just get over it. I mean, what am I just standing around waiting for you to do fucking hell sweeps for? Ah, okay. Alright. I'm losing to Mighty Gembus. Just while stunning 1, 2, 3? Is it really? Okay. Good. We'll try that. Okay, he beat me and I didn't like it, so now we're gonna have to like, let's try and be super confident and like be good in this round or in this match. Let's like try and get a very confident and convincing win. What do you guys think? He always ducks after down 3, so let's do down 3 and a hop kick or like a launcher, yeah. See, that's what happens when you use that too much. Nice orbital, dude. How much damage? Wow, already crazy damage. Already crazy. Leroy with rage. Okay. Just whiff something. Please, you like never do anything, dude. Except throws and orbitals and hell sweep. It's like a 3-way mix-up between throw, orbital, and hell sweep with this guy. Okay. Stay confident. It's easy. Just do it. Yeah, he's mixing straight up mixing the orbital with the falling leaf and nothing else. Like there doesn't seem to be another facet to his strategy. That's like the entire core of what he's doing with the character. I mean, I guess it's effective. I wish Lars could play like that. One of the coolest 14-frame block punishers in the game right there. Leroy's 1+2 series. Yeah, wait until he finds out about down 3 too. Exactly. Let's not be too mean to him though, you know. He's just chilling, playing Leroy, whatever, you know. Maybe he's like, he looks cool in the new game. Maybe I'll pick him up now. Even I thought about doing that. But then I realized that I don't own Leroy, which made me very excited, and I decided not to buy him. Nice, okay. So if I go in, is it going to be the orbital, the throw, or the snake edge? What do you think? Or the... Okay, this time it's the throw. Okay. And if I go in now, is it going to be orbital, throw, or hell sweep? It's hell sweep again, okay. You should finish that string, dude. It's pretty good. You should finish that string, my friend. Trust me. What do I do? Like, do I try and bait it out somehow? Orbital that time. Okay. Falling leaf that time. Falling leaf that time. Is it throw or orbital? It's throw. Okay. And now, is it throw, orbital, or hell sweep? Hell sweep, right? No, throw. Okay. Well, I guess duck beats 2 of the options, but if I duck and he does the orbital, it's a launch. So it's kind of very dangerous to duck. I should just break the throws, and that neutralizes one of the options. Dude, fucking Johnny 3 moves over here. It's crazy. It might be the most, like, limited, unnecessarily, like, limited playstyle I've ever seen. Like, he doesn't even really use movement, right? It was the orbital that time! I predicted hell, the sweep. Okay, now, is it sweep, throw, orbital? It's sweep. Okay, good. Sweep, orbital, throw. Which one is it? God, I mean, I'm not even joking. Are you guys seeing this? Like, I'm not wrong, right? He literally is only doing 3 moves. Holy shit, what a weird fucking universe we live in, dude. Like, I feel like I fell through some sort of hole in the multiverse and I ended up, like, in a version of the world that superficially seems plausible, but it's got, like, some weird stuff going on under the surface. Like, the fact that this person exists is a mystery to me. What do you think he looks like? Hey dude, after we play, do you want to like, I mean, if you don't want to, I totally get it, but like, I would be genuinely interested to see a picture of you. Like, if you're down to show me in the chat what you look like, because like, I cannot imagine what you are in the real world. Like, I'm completely incapable of like guessing what a person like this is like in the real life. I have no idea. It's like it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
This is gonna hurt. KO.
Right?
Final round.
No, I don't think he's trolling. I think you can play Leroy this way. I mean, these are the 2 moves that like made him the most overpowered character ever when he came out. I mean, that and the 12-frame counter hit launcher and the down 3-2 and the broken combos and the broken safety and the broken damage and the broken parries and, you know, and everything he's ever done. But like, I can't like wall splat him or get a hit or anything because he will never not block. He doesn't attack first and he will never not block, right? So like trying to delay a hit or scoring a counter hit is completely pointless. So that entire like half of all that Tekken is falls off the table. And now like the only thing I can do really is I can try and hit him with lows. That's basically it. But doing lows when half of everything your opponent ever does is an orbital that launches for 50%, it's kind of dangerous. So I'm like, what do we do? Do I just do snake edges? Is that it? No, apparently not. Well, in that case, you kind of got me stumped, dude. Like, all I can do is, like, sit and crouch now and guess. Right? If you do the sweep, I get a launch. If you do the orbital, you get a launch. And we just play the lottery, right? Until one of us gets too tired and moves along. Okay. Let's do it your way, dude. Let's do it your way. What if I stand still? What happens then? I can't copy his playstyle because I don't have any safe mid launchers. I mean, apart from this down 4-2, but that doesn't launch croucher, so it doesn't work for the mix-up. It also doesn't deal half as much damage. Right? His patience is very remarkable. And that's a real skill for a Tekken player to have. Like, his patience is remarkable. He hasn't moved yet for like 12 rounds or whatever, how much we've played. He has not really done anything proactively even a single time. Like, when I stop and I talk to you guys like this, alright, okay, some impatience right here. I'm like less interested in playing him and like more interested in studying him. I feel like I will learn something about Tekken and its players if I keep playing this guy. Yeah, thought it was going to be the sweep. It was the orbital. You have backup 3 doesn't count, doesn't work. Counter for him definitely won't work because he doesn't attack if I don't attack first. Backup, yeah, I mean, I guess backup 4 could work. I guess backup 4 could work. Try the unblockable. No. Get a lively, then stand still. Okay, we'll try that. We'll try that. Unblockable? I don't think so. I mean, he blocked my snake edge, so he's like, he's awake. He's gonna react to things that are like slower than 30 frames.
Round one. Fight.
Like, what if I like start ducking? No, like ducking at a range. Like now he's mainly doing the orbital because I started ducking. So now he's like completely like orbital spamming, right? Can I like sidewalk the orbital maybe? Yeah, he's still punishing lows with a throw, which is really, really bad. But I'm not breaking them, so knock yourself out. Okay, do an orbital right now. No?
KO.
It's weird. It's one of the most unique things I've ever seen in this game. It could, I mean, it could be like a content creator making a meme video about how you can play Leroy with only 2 moves. That is a perfect explanation for what's happening here. And he's proving his point. But if this is a person who like plays like this, then it's the single most fascinating human being on the face of the earth. If I could like invite one person to dinner and pick their brain, it would be this guy. Not like, you know, Elon Musk or, you know, anybody like that. It would be this guy. This is fascinating, dude.
Fight.
Okay, run and sweep. That's something you did a couple of like matches ago. So I guess maybe he's like, when I go in, he's orbitaling. When he goes in, he's sweeping. Is that it? Can I like wait for a sweep? No? Okay. It's gonna mix in a mid. What about now? No? There we go, okay. Okay, I lose, I guess. I might still be alive. Yeah, I'm still alive. Do you guys want to watch a shitty movie?
You're done. KO. Round 4.
Okay.
Fight.
I don't know why I'm winning now. I don't see any difference. I guess maybe because he's doing less orbitals. That might be it. Yeah, orbital. I thought it would be sweep again. Sometimes he does linear stuff on the approach, which is good. So I can avoid that. Like that thing, I should have walked that. It's gonna start doing up 3+4 if I stay at the wall here. Oh no! Get owned. What's your favorite shitty movie? Psychological Warfare. It might be that. It might genuinely be that he's like, let's try this, you know? Doesn't know the moves. That could also be it. But he knows all the combos. I guess the combos are easy, though. My favorite shitty movie? What's a shitty movie that I've laughed a lot at?
Round 1. Fight.
favorite shitty movie.
Round 2. Fight.
Alright, he's doing the Mr. Freeze thing again. No sweep? No orbital? Oh, it's really hard to whiff punish the orbital. It's really hard. It like goes up in front really far so it can hit you from really far, but then it's kind of like it pulls back and you can't whiff punish it, dude. I cannot believe this is a nerfed version of an orbital. It's extremely solid. That's like a very good orbital. That's like one of the better orbitals. And this is, I think they nerfed it. They nerfed the frame data like super heavily and the range super heavily, right?
KO.
Yeah, my inability to break his throws is very embarrassing.
Fight.
There we go. That launches it. No combo though. Okay. Okay. Exhausting. I mean, exhausting. But I'm kind of like addicted to it. It's kind of like I found a new like online video game that I'm sort of a little bit addicted to, even though like it's not good for me. Like I'm getting into Candy Crush. I don't know what Candy Crush is, but you know. How did that hit me? Why does it always hit? I was definitely blocking, right? Maybe it was like the vulnerable part of the backdash. That could be it. Okay. Oh, he's gonna duck. Nicely done, dude. Nicely done.
KO.
Yeah. Weirdly good. I guess the reason I'm sort of addicted to playing this guy is like, if I can't easily beat this guy with my Elisa, then I should probably abandon this character in the franchise as a whole, right? He's super tedious to watch. Do you want to try and play against him, dude? It's 15 times worse. It's like Tekken without raid shards? Okay. See, it's not psychological warfare. If he was trying to do psychological warfare, he would play out the intro. That's 101. Alright? If he wanted to frustrate me with stuff, he would play out the intro always. So it's not that. He's also like never corpse kicking or really like doing anything seemingly to frustrate or goad me into attacking him. Okay, let's try and stay on top of him a little bit and use frame data, because you know, frame data is a thing in this game. Or at least it used to be. Throw? Yeah, maybe you spam him down. Maybe he's weak to that. Man, the close-up of Elisa's face, she looked so good. the new monitor and the new computer, I am cooming. I can walk the orbital. I guess that's really the best choice. Oh, and he did a homing move the first time I did it! He adapted! Oh no! He's adapting now? Right away? Dude, how are you even real? Shoulder. Knew it. Didn't punish properly, but I knew it. Okay.
楽しかったです
Get ready for the
Chat GPT playing Tekken. Kind of feels like it. Kind of feels like it. Okay, if I beat him twice in a row, that's a tiebreaker, and I officially have permission from the gods to end the stream, okay? Hey, chat, how was your Christmas? Did you get any gifts? I mean, if you celebrated. Show me, like, let's talk about it. What, like, if you got a good gift or something that you were really happy with, tell me in the chat.
round one.
I got a lot of things that I was very excited about. Mainly because they were so thoughtful, you know. If I had to, like, have a top pick, my younger sister got me Pokemon cards. I used to, like, really collect them when I was a kid, and I still have my folder, and it's cool to, like, have some new cards now. I got a Kangaskhan EX, and Kangaskhan is a really cool Pokemon. Except when it Mega Evolves, because then it's broken, but, you know. Okay, do this, and then walk, and he does Orbital. And I get the back. And then I do this. And now he's going to throw, right? No, he did that. Okay. Oh, the side switch. The side switch messed me up. That was going to be a big combo.
Round two. Fight.
Perfect punish. Perfect punish. He's like a, you know, he's like a hidden dragon. He's just waiting for his, like, time to strike. He's not like a crouching tiger, but he is a hidden dragon. Yeah, throw. Good for you, dude. Okay, can I make the tiebreaker happen? If I 3-0 him, I don't have to do this anymore, okay? That's the rule. That's a new move. He's adding moves to his repertoire. That's scary. Dude, if you start using the whole move list, I'm in trouble. Perfect punish again. I don't know why I even tried it. Oh, the high crush. The French high crush. Okay, okay. Alright.
Fight.
Dude, I'm down. Run up and do a hell sweep, though. Oh, he did. Is he stream sniping? I feel like Leroy's hands are, like, difficult to see, like more difficult to see than other, because I it's hard to distinguish his 1+2 throw from his generic throws right now. I win. Thank God. Okay. Hey TJ, you're one of the most fascinating Tekken players I've ever seen, and I'm glad I bought a new computer and got my ranks deleted because I got to experience your very strange Leroy. Good games. Yeah, I'm a Skrupman. I got demoted 20 ranks. Hey, what's up, Yaron Vivo? You bought yourself Tekken 8. That's a pretty good gift. Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. I'm 27. Dude, that's epic. We're listening to the Sonic music right now. Clothes and money. Candy and a new hair dryer. That's a strong combo, dude. You got a New Zealand trip? Wow, I'd love to go to New Zealand. I want to see a Tuatara. I don't know if it's like... I don't know if it's difficult to go to like a place and see Tuataras. Steam gift cards, that's pretty cool. You could buy Tekken 8 with Steam gift cards. Don't buy the special editions though. It's a con. All you get is 2 gold suits. And then Harada jumped in and he wrote a 3. You get 2 gold suits, but Harada jumped in and wrote like the number 3 before the 2, so it looks like 32. But it's 2. Tekken is 2 gold suits. Tekken is 3, but it's 2 gold suits. Do an orbital. There you go. Generic Brian Boy. Just call yourself generic Brian Boy 67 or something, dude. Nice walk. No Northern Cross? Okay. Alright.
Round 2. Fight.
The monitor is so large and I'm sitting so close to it that it's like, it's definitely going to tire my eyes out more. Because I'm like, I can barely see the periphery of the screen. It's so much bigger than what I'm used to. It's genuinely bigger than my TV. Although I don't have a very big TV. Hey, you know about sidewalks? I do.
Round 4. Fight.
Should have punished. Panda has suits too, I think so.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'll support DLC characters. Don't support DLC characters, 3Dizzle. Buy them if you think they look cool. Does bigger screen help with throw breaks? No, unfortunately not. Otherwise, I would buy a projector. I'm so bad at throw breaks compared to how good I should be at throw breaks that if I could like spend money to get better at it, I kind of would. If it's like this new monitor makes you 20% better at throw breaks, I'd buy it right away, dude. I wouldn't because you know how Tekken players are like obsessed with legitimacy and wanting to feel like they earn everything they get. It would be like not good for me to like pay for something. I should just learn how to be good at the things I want to be good at, right? But I'd be tempted, very tempted. You get launched, Brian. Like, God, not playing that Leroy guy feels like 5 breaths of fresh air. Not playing that Leroy guy is amazing. He's attacking, which means that my movement works because it's actually evading something. Oh no. Hashi kick doesn't hit grounded, dude. We got promoted to Reverend Raoul. You just have to train. Yeah, I just have to train. It's like I have some days or some parts of days when I'm very good at throw breaking. So I'm like, okay, this is my potential. And I lie to myself and tell myself that's how good I actually am at it. But that's not true. If you like look at it overall, I'm like shitty a lot of the time and then pretty good at it some of the time. So I'm probably pretty shitty at it most of the time. You have to play differently against a turtle? Yeah. But that's not, that Leroy guy was not a turtle. I mean, he was turtling, sure, but when you think about a Tekken turtle, it's not a guy who literally stands still and waits for you to come close and then always does one of 3 things and nothing else. That's not a turtle. A turtle is just somebody who like blocks a lot. Zafina in Tekken 8, I think she's going to be... It's very early to tell. Your peaks are important too. Hey, Ape Infantry, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I should remember, like, when I do well is when I give myself credit. That's very true. I think Zafina is probably going to be lower mid to low, but still, like, usable and still fun. So it's kind of right up my alley. Like, I've been criticized constantly for, like, saying I like to play not very strong characters. I don't want to have, like, you know, feel like I'm getting stuff for free. And then people go, bro, you play Zafina, bro. But, if she's genuinely weaker the next game, and I think she will be, then maybe, you know, I wouldn't have to deal with that anymore.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh! Just do the stomp. I feel like he's gonna do the stomp, so I'm just sitting and crouch.
Fight.
That thing, yeah. That thing exactly. Wow, he's playing Bob. I've done no damage to him this round. Oh my god. I cannot lose to this. I cannot lose to this. That's not acceptable. I cannot lose to this. Just kill him now. Alright.
Round 4. Fight.
There's so much Wi-Fi. I've never seen this much Wi-Fi playing online. I mean, I feel like half to like a majority of all the matches I've had, maybe even more of the matches have been Wi-Fi. Is it because, is Wi-Fi a lot more common in lower ranks? Is that a thing? Hey, thanks, Ape Infantry. I love it when people tell me something that is like very true, and it's something that they say that I taught them, because obviously like it's you can like teach people things about the game and like say things that obviously are true, but then like no real Tekken content creator or competitive player lives the truth that they speak completely, because that's basically impossible, right? So it's great to be like reminded. Nice punish. Broken move, but you know, well done. But Sonic Fan needs a fucking nerf. Should backdash more and poke more. I've been playing a long time today, you know. Don't expect too much of me right now. I'm gonna do my best though. Maybe that will be my New Year's resolution. Now that I'm like turning a new leaf with the stream and I have the new computer and everything, maybe that'll be my New Year's resolution. I'm always gonna at least try my best. And the opponent's character will be overpowered. Not always, but a lot of the time. And I will feel that it's impossible or whatever, but I will always do my best. And if I get 3-0'd, you know, so be it. What do you guys think? That's a pretty good New Year's resolution. If I like extend it to real life, it becomes too wide. So it needs to be, I only try my best in Tekken. Dude, why'd you give it away?
Round 4.
Why'd you give it away, Steve?
Perfect.
Character development arc? Yeah, well, it's more like it. Yeah, it's that, but it's almost like more of a return to basics. Like the more enthusiastic, more innocent a perspective I had on the game when I was like much worse at the game, but trying a lot harder to get better and being a lot more constructive about it. I think what I've been doing a lot is like sitting at in the higher ranks, but like just assuming that I know everything now, so I just need to like find the right opponent or like execute what I need. I know I need to execute to like, you know, go even higher, but it's not true. What I need to do is more learning, and I also need to like enjoy it more. And that's something that I've said in videos in the past that I know is true. When you have fun playing Tekken and you're enjoying it, you learn more and you also perform better. It's just a state of mind that is conducive to better play. That is one of the few things I think I know is true. I know this, you know? That's True by Spandau Ballet. I know I didn't sing it well because I can't sing, but that's what it was supposed to be anyway. You never stop learning. No, that's definitely true. And I think, like, if you sit around getting, like, frustrated with the poor balance of the game, which, I mean, the balance of the game is poor and should be addressed. But if that's, like, all you do, or you do it too much, I think that probably impedes learning, because it feels hopeless. Like, why would you want to learn how to be good at a game that you think is trash anyway? Could have punished that. Hey, nice, dude.
Round 4. Fight.
It's funny, like this rank I'm suddenly speedrunning. People were dangerous at Sukakuki than they are up here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Arslan, Knee, and Fighting GM admitted that they have not mastered Tekken. Spandau Ballet, one of the best bands ever. I mean, Gold is a great song. Gold is genuinely a great song. True is pretty good as well. I'm a little bit of a Philistine, but I think they're good. Best bands ever. That's a hard one.
Round one.
I mean, I like music. I like bands, but I'm not like, music nerd, so I'd obviously miss a bunch. But even though they're kind of teen rock, I sort of have to put the Smiths up there. It's just, they're just so cool. I think if I made a like top bands ever list, vast majority would be like English rock and like new wave for me. The Smiths would be on there. Roxy Music would be on there.
Round two. Fight.
Down for the one spam. Clever. Clever girl.
Round three. Fight.
Oh. They just throw stuff, How am I supposed to know? Like, that hop kick right there is a bad idea, so I'm not going to be looking out for it. Secret genius, this Steve. Secret genius. Turns out Sonic Fang is safe at max range, so that's good.
Fight.
Literally, that's very, very good. The move is bonkers. Why am I not punishing the Sonic Fang? Good block. Another good block. And then... See, there you go. You like block well and you do things that make sense, but then every attack you do as a gimmick or a launcher, you're doing the jumping stomp, the standing stomp, the jumping hop kick. I mean, it's like somebody who could be like a really successful player if they put in like just a tiny bit of effort. This doesn't feel like effort to me. This feels like somebody who's very comfortable, again, doing like 4 things.
Round one.
Linkin Park? I don't know, dude. I mean, they're cool. They're legendary, but if we're talking about like how, I don't know, maybe it's snobby, but like the quality, quotation marks, of the music, I don't know. Like Tame Impala might be up there. That's an interesting band. Recent personal favorite of mine that I'm super into is Roosevelt. Damn. I think he's kind of a solo artist, but he's cool. His music's cool. Really cool. Linkin Park is God tier? Really? I don't know. I mean, I remember Hybrid Theory and all the like mix-ups of Hybrid Theory with like Motion Man and stuff, because that was like all the rage when I was that age. But I don't know what happened after that. I mean, maybe they have like super solid stuff that I've never heard. But like, yeah, in the end is trying a little bit too hard for my taste. I mean, it was cool when I was 15. You know what I mean? You have to stop, dude. Do real moves. You haven't jabbed a single time and you're playing Steve. You're not even doing back ones. See, you know how to punish. Stop stomping, dude. And doing that thing. Like, for your own sake. I know you feel like it's working, but it's... When stuff like this works, it's very temporary.
KO. Round 3.
Your repertoire is like super limited to like kind of gimmicky moves, and you're playing like the jab, poke, defense character, you know what I mean? And then like your playstyle is hop kicks. It's fucking weird.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO.
Let's get the promo. Am I playing online version of Tekken? Yes, this is against players.
Get ready for the next battle.
You're sounding like TMM now, and that's not a compliment? Okay, sorry. Which part? Which part? The one where I don't like Linkin Park?
そこをどいてください
Round 1. Fight.
Oh no, that should have broken the wall. Okay. Oh!
Great.
Damn. Hold down.
Round 2. Fight.
Zaf, no, I've only... Oh, I played Bob for a little bit. It was fun. I missed him. It's just, it's really hard to get enthusiastic about playing the characters that are dead now, right? I don't know why it's so hard, but it's really hard. I guess everybody really is like trying to just mentally prepare for the new game.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Good punish.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Good block. How did he know? Oh!
Final round. Fight.
Damn, his jab range is crazy, huh? The jumping thing, yeah, thought so. Alright, Divine Ruler.
私こんなに強いの？
You know what, the way in which you're completely right, ArtCQ, if that's how you say your name, is that guy, that Steve player, was not asking for my advice. And if he's not asking for my advice, really, I have no business giving it. It's like, hey dude, here's what you need to do. It's kind of condescending, right? I completely agree with that. But like, I have a channel where I've done all this instructional content on Tekken, and I'm kind of speaking to you guys about why this might not be like a very constructive playstyle that's going to be like conducive to learning and progressing. So maybe I was trying to point that out. But you are right that, you should be careful. I remember, I'm not going to mention names, but there are two content creators who, like, when I would play them and do pretty well and be very happy, and then, eventually probably lose because they were like, this is when I was newer than I am right now. And I would watch the stream to, like, where they played me. And instead of, like, saying whatever, good games, or just, like, saying nothing, it would be like, oh, here's what he should be doing. And I'm like, dude, I didn't ask. I did not ask. That's how I felt. A bunch of tips. Needless to say, I unfollowed him. The tips were good. I just didn't want to hear them. Yeah, El Burrito, and I think that's a right that you have. It's not like, there are people who like there is no rule that says you have to try and learn this game and be good at it when you play it. You can play it for whatever reason you want. And I don't have all the answers on how to be super good. I mean, obviously, right? Oh, look, he's in the chat. It's Vuk Belshevik. Or is it Belshevich? You defaulted to your Unga Bunga. Well, kind of, sort of did I. Hey, dude, I'm glad you showed up, and I'm glad we had this discussion. Like, I do think that not, like, doing launchers with Steve and relying more on faster, smaller stuff and strings and stand stuff is, like, more useful. But again, you didn't ask for my advice, and I will try and be more careful to about being respectful and, like, not giving it when it's not asked for, right? I think that's a good point. But good games, and thanks for playing. And yeah, the connection was really good. Like, I've had very good connections today overall, even against Wi-Fi players, and I think it might be just because I updated my technology, He's got great potential for offense and pressure. Yeah, I mean, but I don't think offense and pressure is the same thing as doing launchers. You know what I mean? Having said that, if you go back and look at all the, like, Elisa that I've played today, one thing you'll notice is that I throw out the hop kick, like, all the time, and Elisa's supposed to be a poking character as well. So, that's another thing, people who live in glass houses. But I'm going to wrap the stream up now. I'm just really, really happy about the fact that, first of all, this new computer is awesome. And Tekken is running better than ever. And then, like, the fact that like this way of like streaming and approaching the game is like closer to what I want it to be, and I think it's conducive to me feeling better and to the stream being more enthusiastic about the game and not constantly critical. So I'm very happy about that. So I think like from now on, even when I do think, which I do a lot, that the game needs like adjusting and balancing and all the rest of it, the I'm gonna try and like maintain better vibes, you know, which is gonna be cool. New game, new year very soon, and then we're just gonna like spread the love, right? And I want you to understand something, and I think most of you do if you watch me a lot, and I'm very serious about this. It's like important to me. Yeah, I can stream in bigger resolution. I will. One thing you have to like understand, and this is super, super important to me, the biggest joke and the person that we're gonna meme on the hardest in this chat is always me. Okay. So any criticism I might give another player, any like, you know, name I might call somebody, even though I won't do that as much anymore, I should get it tenfold at the same time. And you know, I laugh at myself, I try and self-deprecate often, and there's nothing I love more than when you guys like point out something I do that is bad or whatever, and you're right, and it's funny, right? It's like, damn, Frame sucks at breaking throws, or you know, whatever. So that's very, very important to me, and I think that's like when I've seen what I consider to be like real toxicity, like to the point where it gets like, ooh, I don't want to be here now because it feels like kind of dark and not in a good way. It's like when the frailty of the ego comes into the picture as well, right? So yeah, but thanks for saying I'm open-minded, Ape Infantry, but I think what I've noticed now is that what I haven't been is open-minded about learning and improving at the game. That I haven't necessarily been. Like when I was making videos, I was more like focused on learning, and then when I started streaming, I kind of started autopiloting and just talking about like how the balance was bad, and it has been bad. And like it is a problem, but it's like, you mean like DSP? Kind of. I mean, I don't want to mention specific people. I've seen it from a bunch of streamers and a bunch of content creators. But yeah, it's like obviously like a lot of fighting game players, like almost every fighting game player you ever watch is gonna be like, damn, that was bullshit. Like I was watching Lil Majin, who's like the chillest guy ever the other day, and he's like, I definitely broke that throw. Which he obviously didn't. Every single time you've seen me say I broke that throw, the fact of the matter is I didn't break the throw, because if I did break the throw, it would have been broken, you know? I would have gotten out of it. The game is buggy and inconsistent sometimes, but that's like very analog and binary. You either press the right button in time or you don't. So, you know, even like the chillest guy ever is going to say stuff like that. But I think when you like genuinely like can take a joke, or like literally believe that you are better than people, and every time you lose it is the game's fault or the opponent's fault or fucking Obama's fault or whatever, then oh, it's like, oh, now you're swimming in delusional territory, and it's like it becomes like difficult to watch. Yeah, having fun and learning, that's going to be it. It's going to be a new game. I'm really looking forward to going back to like instructional YouTube videos. That's going to be great. But at the same time, like the like culture and community that we're building around the channel, like I'm getting decent viewership on my streams now, honestly. When I was playing like Elden Ring and stuff, I had like 20 people. And I'm having like sometimes 5-6 times that now, and Tekken 8 is going to come out. It's going to be a new game, and I want this to be like more than anything, it's going to be like the place you go when you want to hang out and there are like good vibes and it's fun, we're making jokes. And then apart from that, it's going to be like learning and instructions. It's kind of what I want the vibe to be. That's Main Man. I don't know. I'll be honest with you guys. I haven't watched Main Man stream all that much. I've obviously seen his streams. I've obviously talked to him about streaming. And I've watched his YouTube videos and stuff. But, like, I don't have hours and hours and hours of like, data in my mind on, like, what it's like when he's streaming Tekken. But... like the only streamer I've ever watched that much is Eris. Like I know what Eris's vibe is, and he's sort of found his culture and his thing, and it really seems to be like super enjoying it. So, like I really admire that about him. He's like morphed his content and his channel and everything into like exactly what he needs it to be for him to be as comfortable and happy as possible. And because he's like funny, it really works. And that's like the goal, dude. That's like the goal, definitely. Yeah, and I can stream at night now because I'm living alone temporarily. That's cool. But I'll say this: I think that Main Man's heart has always been in the right place, and he's always been humble and kind with me, except when he's joking, and he tends to be kind of funny. My favorite thing that the Main Man has ever said. And I'm going to say the R word now. I know, it's a quote. I know it's not, a word that you're supposed to use. But the way he said it was really funny. He said, "Oh, Frame Whisperer, that's my other channel that I use when I pretend to be retarded." Which I thought was really funny, right? He likes edgy anime Japanese, but that's like his jam, That's his jam and his perspective, and he's not entirely wrong at all. Banned? Nah, I don't think I get banned for saying it, especially not when I'm quoting something somebody said or whatever, and I apologized in advance. I don't think I get banned for saying that. It's not like saying the N-word, dude. But that's a good joke, Did he really say that? According to people in my chat, he said it. I haven't said the clip, but it's hilarious, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I know people like say stuff like cringe and toxic. They say that about me. They say that about him. But I always tell this story when people, because we meme on. Here's the thing, like I can't sit here and like not talk about the Main Man occasionally, because if you're gonna be like a Swedish Tekken streamer YouTuber guy, and by far the most popular content creator in the entire world of Tekken is that as well, and people in the chat are constantly joking about you being like the budget Main Man or Main Man at home. First of all, that's really funny and like one of my favorite things about the channel. It's like my favorite joke. But it's also like you, by definition, exist in reference to him, You just do. Like, I can't sit here and pretend he doesn't exist, and he comes up, and it's fun, right? But it's just memes, dude. But I always tell this story when, like, if I'm going to get down, if I'm going to be really honest, if I'm going to be, like, honest now, first of all, pretty much every single opponent I played against today was really impressive, and I'm shocked at the quality of the Tekken in ranks that I consider to be like low ranks or lower than the ranks I'm usually in. Like people who are like in the red ranks and like sidewalking stuff and punishing perfectly. It's super impressive, and good games to all the people I played against today, no matter what I might have been talking about during the match, okay? If I was like, oh, Anna is very aggressive, Anna has mix-ups that are too powerful, that's true, but I'm just talking about it because it's top of mind because Anna is on the screen. It's not like me saying that I don't enjoy you or I don't think you are doing well or anything like that. And you might have a completely different perspective on Anna, and you might think that Elisa is like this cancerous, horrible character. I get that. Especially the Leroy. The Leroy was weird. But I always tell this story. This is the next honest thing I'm going to tell you. The first Wave Dash podcast, I've said it before, I got way too nervous because it was the first time in my life that I had ever done live content of any kind. Up until that point, I'd only done pre-recorded YouTube videos. And I knew that like now in the world, if you accidentally say something wrong, it's like I don't use the N word. I never have. But, you know, it's almost like, oh, what if I accidentally like say something weird or wrong, and then people will like hate me or cancel me, or it will be like, you know, horrible. And so like I overcompensated because I was nervous in that podcast by talking like way too much, and I was like babbling, and it was like watching it back, it was like not good. I'm like, ugh, when's this guy gonna shut up about me? And I'm like, oh my god, when this podcast comes out, people are gonna be like irritated with me and not like me because they've seen me live, and they're gonna be like, oh, he's like this live when he hasn't, you know, pre-recorded. And it stressed me out. And I'm usually not like a person who cares really what people think about me, you know? But for some reason that got to me. And that night I was so stressed out that my skin started itching, and I actually got like rashes because I was like so uncomfortable and like stressed out. And I called Main Man, or he called me. We were like talking on Discord. And he was just very calm, you know, because he's been doing this for ages. And he's like, don't worry about it. Like, even if that does happen, everything blows over. I think you were fine. It was nice talking to you. We had fun. It's all going to be good. Inevitably, if you become popular, people are going to call you names. People are going to like not like you and call you cringe or whatever. I get that all the time. But like, trust me, you'll be absolutely fine. And it made me feel so much better. And it really calmed me down. And so, like, you know, he's definitely a mentor. And then we completely disagree about characters. I don't want to play any of the characters he plays. I don't want to, like, you know, I don't agree with him about balance or whatever. I think my style of streaming is not his style of streaming. All the rest of it. But that's because what you need to realize is that when I was talking just me and Main Man on Discord, it's not on stream, nobody else is watching, it's a private chat. So there's no reason for him to be like extra nice because people are going to think, oh, Main Man's a good guy or whatever. It's genuinely just him trying to make me feel better and doing it successfully. So like, I feel like I have. And then, you know, when he was gonna split up with his girlfriend, everybody knows that right now, right? It's like common knowledge that he's not together with her anymore, right? I hope I'm not like, you know, overstepping any boundary and sharing anything personal that people like don't already know. But he talked to me about that briefly on Discord and how it made him feel and how it was difficult, you know. And I'm like, damn, you know, I feel like I've had the privilege of seeing behind the Main Man meat curtain a little bit. And I've seen like the real him more than the average person who interacts with him online, obviously, because, you know, the average person is a viewer in his stream. And the core of what he seems to be about, as far as I can tell, is very genuine. And if I had a cat, I would let him watch my cat, no questions asked, and I would not be worried. That cat would be well taken care of and well fed and in great condition when I got back from Iceland, which is where I'm going in this hypothetical scenario in my mind right now, to hit the hot springs and maybe see the northern lights. And when I get back from Iceland, my cat doesn't even want to leave his apartment because it's been so well taken care of. You know, that's how I feel. So yeah, I'm really glad we did this today. Like this slightly new flavor of stream together, and I definitely enjoyed it. You know, we got Revered Ruler, and we're gonna do it again. I mean, potentially all the time. There will be a brief hiatus on the 10th he's just passionate in every aspect. Yeah, exactly. And I get that, because I can be the same way. It's just that my passion has been like very negatively focused, because I feel like my niche became criticizing the game when other people didn't want to. Specifically because a lot of people who do content and talk about Tekken have this dream about getting to do commentary one day, getting to be invited to one of these events with Namco, or getting sent, the karate belt when Lydia was released, or something like that. And I criticized Namco enough that ship has sailed for me. So maybe I'm the guy who can keep pushing this very necessary opinion that the balancing needs to be adjusted. The balance needs to be adjusted. Popularity is very skewed, and the balance needs to be definitely looked at, right? But if I'm just doing that as a broken record and complaining, then I'm gonna feel worse. The viewers are gonna enjoy it less, So, like, you guys know what's up. I'll remind you every once in a while that the balance is poor, but it can't be like the focus of what I talk about. And I'm at that age now, if I'm not working on myself and trying to improve in different aspects in my life, then I'm kind of wasting my time. I feel like that's the point of the whole thing. Oh yeah, the hiatus. So on the 10th of January, which is not that far away, I will be going to Japan, and I will be back the day that Tekken 8 releases. And this beautiful beast of a PC that I'm so happy that I invested in will be right where it is right now, all hooked up and ready. We're going to buy the standard version of the game the day it releases, because I don't want to give Namco a pre-order, because I don't like that type of game release. And then we're going to play so much Tekken 8 and have so much fun and learn all these things. And then there's going to be a Lisa guide, as soon as I feel like I can make a good one. No, I'm not going back to live there. I'm just going there for 2 to 3 weeks to see my girlfriend and see my friends, and I've missed it. And then a Zafina guide. I'm reasonably interested in learning some Victor, so we'll play some Victor. Maybe we'll do some content on him. I'm gonna try and do deep colonoscopies on the inner workings of Heat. And it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Do you guys want to react to something funny before we close out the stream? I think maybe we should start doing that more. Reacting to fun stuff. What's happening on Tekken Reddit? I mean, probably mainly Reina fan art, but here's the thing. Here's the whole thing about passion and salt and Tekken. The top post on Reddit right now is a picture of a man with a content warning or whatever, trigger warning, a man with a gun to his head, and it's about how it feels to think about Tekken. And the next post is the pain I go through in this game, and it's somebody getting frustrated eating a multi-throw. Third one, as much as I despise this character, she is pretty in Tekken 8, so it's about how he despises Oscar. Top 3 posts are just people frustrated. This game will do that to you, but you have to persevere, Look, you guys know what my hat says. And my hat will always say this. If I buy a new hat, I will write this word on the new hat. Persistence. In the face of adversity and poor roster balance. Will you start playing outside of ranked? I don't know. What is there a point to playing outside of ranked? I feel like ranked is kind of the whole thing, right? I mean, we can do like we used to do tournaments and stuff on stream. We can do that again and do like more community matches. I guess what I felt like was like a lot of like streamers and stuff. They like got to really high ranks and then got really like good with their characters, and then instead of like exposing themselves to the risk of losing and like staying evolving and playing other TGPs and TGOs, they kind of started like chilling and playing against their community members and their fans, and then just letting, you know, their high ranked characters sit ugly. And I felt like that was fear, and so I wanted to be courageous and stay in rank, because I feel like that's where I'm gonna, like, you know, keep improving. But then since then my perspective hasn't really been conducive to doing a lot of learning. Damn, there's some thirsty hey, I know what we should react to. We should react to Ultra Instinct Josie learning how to do Butterfly Edge. Right? Here we go. This is what we should do. Genuinely one of the most inspiring videos on Tekken that I've seen, and he doesn't even talk in it. And go support Ultra Instinct Josie if you're into Tekken at all. Like, he's doing, that's a solid backflip, dude. Like, I used to do flips and stuff, but the backflip is so scary because you bail out because you get scared that you will be hurt if you mess it up. And then because of that, you mess it up. So it's like hyper committal. Look, he's like doing the vault. He's getting closer. Almost. It's looking pretty good. Like, what qualifies as a successful butterfly edge? I'm so lazy. If I did that right there, I'd be like, mission cleared, mission complete, and I would go home and watch, you know, some Josie Rule 34 and feel good about myself. Oh, does he need to do two turns? Is that it? Come on, dude. You'll get it. Yeah, use the arms more. Like, that to me did not look like an almost. He's trying to do something that I'm not really understanding. Maybe I need to go and look at the butterfly edge in the game so I like understand how it animates. It's such a feel-good video, dude. This guy's been like supporting my channel, and I'll get it on Christmas Day. He's gonna try again. Hey, dude, we are rooting for you, my friend. This guy has been supporting my channel from like day one, and whenever he shows up, he's always saying something encouraging and kind, or he's like straight up donating money, dude. This guy's solid. And like, it made me feel like, damn, I want to be like about positivity and creativity in the videos that I make again, you know. He needs to land with his right foot. Oh, okay. Damn, that's gonna be hard. Do I think Cat's gonna be DLC? I hope so, but I would say that the possibility of Katarina showing up as DLC is for me like less than 2%. feel like Miguel has like maybe a 40% shot. I feel like Capos have maybe a 50% shot. Who else do I think is kind of likely? I think Lydia might have a 30% shot. The real life backdash, I haven't tried it, but I will now. My apartment's kind of small, but I'll try it downstairs. I won't do it here because I can't stand up properly. But you know. Alright, you guys. Thank you so much for watching this stream. I loved it. I really did. And let's do more. Let's get those ranks back. Good night. I'll see you, if not tomorrow, then in the next few days. Lei is kind of likely. Good point, good point. Anna's kind of likely. Julia is kind of likely. Armor King is, I think, very likely. Because he was a very successful DLC character for both Namco and the community, like, loved him. Much hummus? Yeah, all the hummus, dude. All over my thighs. And thanks again, Young Tuberculosis. Yeah, I forgot to thank people as well. Young Tuberculosis, and then... Oh, damn, because I don't have alerts on, it won't show. Fakum? I don't know about Fakum, dude. I don't feel like Fakum is likely to be back. But yeah, Miguel, that's going to be sick, dude. Tekken 8, Miguel. Okay, the last thing I'll do before I end the stream is I'm going to come up with 3 heat engagers for Miguel. His heat engagers should be... Savage 1-4, definitely, right? Because it's not going to wall bounce anymore. I think Savage 1-4 would be a heat engager. He needs some from neutral as well, though. Savage 2 could be a heat engager. And then from neutral... Back 4? Do you guys really think back 4? It's an armor move. They're not sticking a lot of heat engage on armor moves. I mean, they are for some characters. They did for Law. He has Dragon Blast or whatever it's called. But that's very good. I feel like that move has its niche as an armor move. And a knockdown. Neutral back 4? Yeah, you guys really seem to think about back... But I think you're saying back 4 because you're thinking about how like linear it is and how it goes forward. I don't think it's the right choice. I thought about down back 2. I don't think so. I think Savage 1-4. Forward 1+2 the shove. Hey, that's interesting. That might be it. That's a good pick. Forward 1+2 is a good one. I think it's, yeah, forward 1+2, Savage 1-4. And then... Down 1+2? Could be. Could be. But like when I think about which move it would definitely be, I'll just know. I mean, he might have new moves. You know, there's that. 1-2 T-Rex arms? Nah. You know what would be really crazy? Forward 4-2-1. Because if he gets forward 4-2-1, then you can end a combo with it and heat dash. And you'll extend the combo even further. Full crouch down 4-3, good pick. Up forward 1, another good pick. Yeah, you guys know what you're talking about. Back 3? Yeah, I agree. But I think back 3, like, again, it already has the niche of being, you know, the plus on block counter hit mid. Yeah, up for 1, the jumping punch. That's another really good pick. I think 4-4-2-1 would be crazy, though. Alright, that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Much love. All the hummus. Merry Christmas, obviously. It wasn't heavily Christmas themed, but you know. But if you are celebrating, happy holidays, but have an amazing, you know, day and week. Either way. Hey, what's up, Matrix Zeno? I'm just about to end the stream, dude. Sorry. I hope I catch you next time, dude. Ravens game starts soon. Hey, thanks, 3Dizzle. I'm gonna maybe stay awake and check it out. It depends on when I work tomorrow. I have to check my schedule. I might, if I'm doing the late shift tomorrow, I'll stay up and watch the Ravens. Lamar Jackson is just, what a beast. He's also like another impressively like humble, down to earth guy, and then he's like one of the most Chad quarterbacks in the entire NFL. All right, good night, you guys. Yeah, I can watch the kickoff.